I thank you for the technology that allows us to connect with people all around the world, people with diverse ideas. In the past, often people would only encounter people who thought exactly like them, but that's no longer the case in this globally connected society in which we live. And I'm just very thankful for living in a time and place where I have that opportunity. I pray that you bless this conversation today, that you help guide me to make it a fruitful conversation. I pray that those who are listening do so with an open heart and open mind, that they approach the material in the pursuit of truth, not in the pursuit of confirmation of what they already believe or don't believe, whatever the case may be for the individual. And there will be individuals with a variety of different beliefs and non-beliefs, but that they think about the material, that they think about what is being said, and they pursue truth. And I pray that you guide anyone who is sincerely seeking to your truth, whatever that may be. I ask that you be with me personally, and that you give me the strength and perseverance to continue through this conversation. I ask that the technology work well today, and we not have any technical issues. I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. All righty. So now, without further ado, welcome to the stage, Anam.
Happy to be here.
So before we jump into anything particular about what we're discussing today, obviously not everyone will have seen that previous conversation. So you just want to say a little bit about your background, how you describe your religious beliefs, and so forth.
Yeah. Thank you again for having me back. And so I introduced myself before. I went to college and my degree was in political science and religion. But, I'm really nobody. I just have a humble bachelor's degree. And then, so, I'll add something to that. In 2008, I graduated. And, when you graduate college, you're like ready to earn, like you're ready to like make a killing, 6 figures commensurate with your degree. And 2008 was the year of the economic collapse. So I didn't get a job for like 5 years. I worked odd jobs, like as a cashier and stuff like that. But I didn't really get a good job that you pay taxes on the book and got health insurance and stuff like that. So in 2009, actually, so then the year, and one might think unemployment is the greatest calamity that could happen to you, or poverty, or any kind of, and even like people shun you when you don't have too much money or you're not working at the moment, and they even judge you. But so the really cool thing was, though, that actually I used that time. So I had a degree in religion, and I learned comparative religion, and I learned a lot about the various belief systems of the world. And I thought it was very nice. Actually, I will say this also: we had to read Kierkegaard for a religion class, and I wasn't even remotely friendly to Christianity in 2008, or like by the time I graduated college. But when we read Kierkegaard, in fact, so I was dogmatically anti-Trinitarian, and no one knew anti-Trinitarian arguments better than me. I could give you every verse of the New Testament that had a subordinationist point of view from memory, and I would like run circles around my Christian classmates. And I wasn't invited to a lot of parties. I wasn't very popular, but I did enjoy the fact that I thought I could. Hey, good afternoon. I thought I could beat anybody in a debate about the Trinity, like anybody, And so very arrogant, extremely arrogant. And so then in 2009, I just had a religious experience. I'll say this not to tease too much, but it's hard to put in. It was in Central Park. So I believe the logo spoke to me, and I understood, let's say, the Trinity in an intuitive way. And the even crazier part was I realized that the religion I had argued against for my whole life, or let's just say from age 14 to age 22. But once you're raised in a faith that's dogmatically anti-Trinitarian, and the New Testament like the back of your hand, you think you have all the answers. And I was a pretty cocky kid. But I had a religious experience which actually made me realize that first, God is a trinity of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, and the Christian view is correct, that they exist in three hypostases. I mean, I was going to make a movement of my hand like one on top of the other. It's hard to put it into. It's on top of and parallel. I mean, they don't put it into words. And in fact, so they're very so. It was a great shock to me. And mind you, this is also after I had graduated school, so one would think that, after having, like, not only did I know Christianity, but I took a year of Hebrew in high school. This is me bragging. But I took a year of Hebrew. And like I said, I studied the New Testament extensively. I grew up in New York, so most of my friends and, not to mention doctors and teachers were probably Jewish. So I was very familiar with Jewish culture, Christian theology, so having realized that all the arguments I knew were wrong, and one could, I would make the argument, for example, that the word Trinity is not to be found anywhere in the New Testament. And I would really enjoy, it's like when you drop a mic in the room, it's hard to respond to that, right? But the answer to that is that it's on every page. So, we don't have to. Anyway, so it's I think, anyway, I will. But so I realized I was wrong, and I try to, yet I have remained within Islam. I think that's a good introduction.
Yep. I think that will definitely get us started here. So last time you were on, you said that something along the lines of, I might be unique. I've never encountered another Trinitarian Muslim. However, there's an individual in the chat by the name Idras Harris Al-Kalima who says that he also is a Trinitarian Muslim. So that's very interesting. I've seen Idris on the comments section.
Encountered another one.
Yes. Yeah.
But now I'm a church of two instead of one.
Very good. So we have a question from Pro-Life Chloe to try to get a better understanding of where your beliefs lie. She asks, so do you believe that Jesus is the second person of the Trinity? And if so, doesn't that make Jesus God? So do you believe in the incarnation, basically?
Yeah. For sure. By the way, if you notice, I was just looking behind to make sure the door wasn't open, right? Because yes, I do believe that, and if you ask me, I have to say yes, right? But I would be in big trouble socially, right? If let's say my immediate family, extended family, they were aware of this fact. But yeah, so we were wrong, and you guys are right. That he came in the flesh. The Logos was incarnated in the flesh, as John chapter 1 verse 1 says, and he dwelled among us. And that's actually, and furthermore, Christian theology is also correct that by oneself, one, through the law, one cannot do enough good deeds to go into heaven. So therefore you do need, the Logos, basically the perfect being, the second person of the Holy Trinity, Christ incarnate, to be your intercessor.
Yeah, so I mean, right there, the debate between Muslims and Christianity often focuses on the nature of God, Trinitarian versus this pure monotheism that Muslims tell us that they have. However, that's not the core issue of Christianity, and right there, you just nailed the core issue. That the most important aspect of being a Christian isn't to believe in the Trinity or anything like that. It's to believe that Jesus is the intercessor for our sins, and that we have to place our trust or our faith in him and him alone to achieve salvation. So far, you sound very much like a Christian, which goes directly to this question from Clyte, the JW. What do you mean by remain in Islam, though? So we've gotten the Trinitarian aspect, right? We've gotten why you would use that title, what you believe about Jesus. Everything you've said so far, a Christian could agree with. So why would you call yourself a Muslim, or why do you say that you remained in Islam?
Yeah. So, first, I think I don't think this. I'm not making a statement, but I think basically it functions in a way as a statement. In that, um, I was born into a faith tradition, and then I had a realization, and I moved into, and I'm moving towards another faith tradition. But theology is, and I'm still learning so much about the early centuries. Like Nicaea is great, but I'd love to learn about the Constantinople and Chalcedon, Ephesus, and Trent. So all these things, like there's just so much to explore before you take the final bath.
I think that's a very fair answer here. Rockstar, asked the same basic question: what's keeping you from becoming a Christian? And you kind of just said that you're still exploring. You haven't rejected the idea of being Christian, but you aren't ready to make that commitment yet. Someone before the chat said something like, "Is he kind of like a Messianic Jew?" Um,
Yeah.
so I assume you know what a Messianic Jew is.
Yes, I do.
But just for the
And speaking of other denominations, I noticed the friend who asked the question about why am I saying we've remained within Islam was said JW in their username. So I'm assuming that's Jehovah's Witness.
yeah,
So
correct.
yes, let me pivot to that. So a Unitarian Christian, for example, would be considered a heretical Christian by the mainstream of Christian orthodoxy, and so therefore I feel like a Trinitarian Muslim would be the inverse of that. And so you can be unorthodox, or whatever you want to call it. Like who's orthodox and who's unorthodox is actually a matter of subjectivity, if I can assert that. But so, for example, actually, let me cite our host, my gracious host. So Thaddeus, you have done actually. So I saw, because I was trying to understand you better. So I saw you did a wonderful interview with someone who did a on the Christian Church of the Virgin Mary at the like footstep of Arabia, and it was a massive pilgrimage site, and it was venerated, and it actually, he even talks about how like the Muslims had like a back room or something at one point, in early Islam, so it functioned
Yeah.
as a
So
mosque.
I can give a brief summary for the audience here in case they haven't seen that. Yeah, he's referring to my recent stream with Lloyd de Jong on the Kathisma, a particular church near Jerusalem, near the Dome of the Rock, even. And this church was so Kathisma in Greek means sitting place. So it was thought to be the site where Mary sat down on her journey while she was pregnant before she gave birth to Jesus. And a legend developed around it that uh, she gave birth in a cave, contrary to what the biblical text says. But for the purposes of this, that's irrelevant. Uh, the traditions around that church are very interesting in that they have a number of connections to things in Islam. Sometimes there's similar things and they're just a coincidence, right? So I'm not making a strong assertion that there's a connection, but there is a lot of coincidence, which makes it seem like that there is a possibility there. And what you're referring to is it in the early days of the Islamic conquest after they had captured Jerusalem. Uh, this was used as kind of an ecumenical site where Christians came to worship and Muslims came to worship, and different times or different rooms, but they were both using the same building. And perhaps this is an example of what we see in some of the historical texts, that these early Muslims may not actually be Muslims per se in the modern sense of the word. They called themselves the believers rather than Semitters, which is, of course, Muslim is a Semitter. And it seems that it probably started as this ecumenical movement, and only later did we get this idea that it's a replacement for Christianity, that it's the Muhammad's the last prophet and for all of humanity and whatnot. It seems that perhaps these early people, whatever you want to call them, were compatible with what we read in the Quran, that they thought it was just a reminder of what came before it, that it was being brought to Arabic speaking people, but it wasn't a new message per se.
Yeah. Great stuff. Because like I always understood that you use the word yourself too. It's a big word for most people. Milieu, or how do you say it? Because you said
milieu.
Yeah. So it's so actually there's this lecture on Angelica Neuwirth. She gave so I'm actually, it's funny because she's a German scholar and she's actually like 87 years old at this point, so I think she's the number one scholar actually alive today on Quranic studies. So she's so brilliant, but she gives the lecture in a thick German accent. And so many Americans are posting the comment, I don't even understand what she's saying. And also she's using very academic language. So she'll just like drop Latin terms or reference a book written in German by some like Tübingen, professor or something who was like analyzing the Quran. So she writes, so actually this would get into the meat, with you, because I feel like on your channel, this is not a criticism, it's just an observation. I feel so on your channel, you express this really interesting idea that perhaps it wasn't even, it wasn't even a single event that was the creation of Islam, right? Maybe it was simply an empire that simply adapted, and you put it very well. You put it in the sense of it adapted to both Zoroastrian and Jewish and Christian population, as well as like Sabians and others that they may have been ruling over. And so like this development and this thing, how late it was and how early it was. And, let me make a note. I have to do a separate critique because you do the whole Petra thing. But so then Angelica, but see, here's Angelica Neuwirth. She makes a really important summary of contemporary scholarship in that we kind of recognize that the Quran is the work of one single person, a genius, even. So, I mean, I'm not trying to like even in this criticism, I'm not even submitting that I have an answer. I'm just noticing there's a dichotomy, right? So either it was a genius and a single event, and by the way, I mean, I know there's a lot of criticism of him on your channel. There's no shortage of him, but the Prophet, peace be upon him, he was both a statesman and a prophet, in the sense that he was anyway and then he was also able to actually, so the hardest thing to do is unite. I mean, I'll make a point to come back to this later, but the hardest thing to do is actually to unite people. So you have criticisms of a man and his era, but at the same time, you go into this mythicism, right, if I can say, where, well, there was no man and there was no era. It was just a zeitgeist, that became, evolved over time. But here's the thing. So let me blunt my criticism a little bit. I will say, like, it's really intense because when you look at I feel like, me, just personal journey growing up Muslim and then like studying Western and Islamic scholarship, you can't, like, you really can't tell, because there's like if it was just like a edited, collated for imperial purposes to, like you said, unite Zoroastrian Jewish Christian population, or the traditional narrative, which was, there's a prophet that came from Arabia.
Yeah, so maybe I should clarify my own personal opinion, since I have a variety of guests on here, and also myself, I address it from multiple different angles, because I'm trying to speak to people where they are rather than trying to force everyone to agree with me. So my personal opinion would be there was definitely a person, whether his name was literally Muhammad or not is not necessarily relevant. There was definitely a person who was leading the Islamic conquests, and there was definitely a person, or perhaps a small group of people, who were behind the text of the Quran. Studies have shown that it does bear the marks of being delivered orally, which is of course consistent with the Muslim understanding of the text. Now, whether they were necessarily the same person, that I'm not so sure about. But I think that there was definitely an individual behind the text, probably one individual, with maybe some editors, perhaps, but probably one individual that was acting as this, well, to use the Quran's word, the warner, the person who is preaching this message. Now, whether that person has a lot of resemblance to the biographies of Muhammad that were largely written 150 or more years after the time, that is much less certain, I would say. I'm happy to criticize Islam by taking for granted the stories about Muhammad, but from a historical standpoint, I think that they're questionable. I think that the figure that seems to be behind the Quran doesn't seem to have the same kinds of teachings, if we're going just based on the Quran, as opposed to, say, the Hadith or the Sirah literature. They don't seem to really be the same figure, right? They seem to be, at least in large degree, things that have been added to the story over time. So I do have a couple more questions from the audience here.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes. So Matt 244, I'm not sure if that he's referring to Book of Matthew or not, but he says, Anam, you sound like a very smart guy. How do you define Muslim? Do you mean it in a religious sense or a linguistic sense?
Yeah, it's that's a great question, because Angelica Nueva, she gives a great lecture at American University called Scripture, Poesis, and Community. But I actually misremember the quote, which actually puts the idea, misremember the title, which actually puts the idea better. But there's a prophet and a scripture and a community. So there's a man, there's a book, and there's a community. So I feel like I will say, so one of the things, like, I'll say one thing that is hard for me to quote turn my back on would, if I actually left Islam, it would be, there is a global brotherhood. I'm not saying like, like anyone would give me a house or anything, but but in the sense that you can recognize each other, you can have a friendly greeting with each other. And it's kind of, I think, but anyway, but frankly, I'll let me give Christianity the credit, in the sense that, once you had the Pentecost and the church was created, right? So, and it was where all the waters flowed, right? Which is a metaphor for like all the nations coming together. So that's where Christianity was actually the original global force. So it was your idea first.
Yeah, so I saw, one of those rare, respectful, productive debates between a Muslim and a Christian who were kind of personal friends. And at the end of the debate, the debater asked both of them this question, like, what is the best thing in the other? faith, to the Christian, what's the best thing you've seen in Islam, and vice versa. They both kind of gave like cop-out, semi-polemical answers. But I think the real answer to that question is the sense of the community absolutely is probably the best thing that Islam has to provide. And that's very attractive. It's the same reason why people are, say, attracted to Mormonism. That there's a very strong sense of community, or for that matter, one of the reasons why people are attracted to newly created cults. That behind a cult leader with 20 followers or whatever, and it's because of this very tightly bound family. And Christians are called. We're absolutely called to be that way with one another. We're taught that we are brothers and sisters in Christ, and that there should be no differences between us, and that we should unite as a family. We don't always model that very well, and I think that Muslims often model this a lot better. I'm being completely honest here, that is something that Islam does a better job of. Now, I wouldn't consider that to be a truth claim per se,
Right.
but as far as a societal element, Muslims do a great job of that.
Well, let me say something cordial to your faith, though. C.S. Lewis says, no, it wasn't C.S. Lewis. Okay, he says that no, it is him. It is him. So we think the idea of Christendom no longer exists, but if you look deeper, the bond is actually still there. And I think that's a really good, like, in the modern world, we kind of like we act like, because Western societies are mostly secularized, the law is certainly secularized, right? Like, you go to jail if you're a priest that does bad things, or you're a rabbi that does bad things. There's no preferential treatment whatsoever. So I think we think that, oh well, European societies are secularized, but there is I think, yeah. And it's funny because just as a feeler, right? I mean, I don't really probe I don't really probe people their innermost beliefs too much, like on a daily basis. But I've asked like random casual Americans, like, do you still believe in the Trinity, right? Like, without revealing too much about my own agenda for it. They say, yeah, so like they have a loose, if casual, connection, to the person of Christ. And actually, interestingly enough, the person, having a relationship with the person of Christ is what the religion's about. It's not really about, well, anyway, yeah. But let me emphasize that my answer to that question is, there's a prophet and a scripture and a community. And certainly the community, I'm still, in that sense, right? Because I mean, I haven't actually met the prophet or witnessed its book being written. But the community is something that I am organically, like, kind of, let me. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, well, the interesting way of describing it, because here in America, Muslims are obviously a small minority, so beyond likely to find a community that still has the cultural ties to Islam, but would be perceived as Christians by any outsider. In parts of the Muslim world, however, there are movements like this where there are people who will say that Muhammad is a false prophet, that Jesus is the Messiah, and they're following Jesus. But from a purely like just looking at them perspective, they seem to be Muslims, and they dress the same way, and they have religious services that resemble those found in Islam. So I guess what I'm saying is that culture is a very powerful thing.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
Often
Especially
Christians have done
1,400 years of culture, by the way. I mean, if I could kind of say, like, what, if I could, like, I was, because I was really nervous about your I mean, you like, I thought about it, and I felt better, but about your introduction, and so you're giving a challenge to prove this to you. But after, like, I would give you an analogy, like, in the sense that it's been 500 years since the Protestant Reformation. And so even, like, I think, like, in the first few years, you could have united, the clans. so to speak, right? Like pretty easily. But like once you had this like rupture, like the 30 Years' War in Germany, right? Like which princes went Catholic or Protestant, you couldn't have the union of the church in a true way again. You know, the split was there. So and now that time has gone on, you know, even if let's say, you know, theologically you could sign some documents agreeing on justification or whatnot, but you know, you would the culture is so different at this point too, you know. So I feel like I would not a I guess, you know. So could I ask, is David Wood the apologist who encouraged you to become an
Yeah.
apologist?
Okay. So
Okay, because
fair
you know
enough. Fair enough.
you don't mention his name on your website when you go into to just the homepage, and I mean, you know, you have a beautiful story about how, you know, you were unlikely to be called to be a apologist
Yeah.
interviewer,
So
but
you know, a lot of people who are.
you were so inspired, and now you can't help it, and now like, you know, you're just praying that, you know, and I could see it's a fire burning within you, so it's nice to see.
Yeah, so many people watching will be familiar with the story, but I'm sure there'll be people watching who aren't. And since you asked, I'll be happy to answer that. But first, this comment from Jesus is the only means. He says that these real Christians are so close. And I would agree with that sentiment. I would change the word real to devout because, you know, you can have placed your trust in Jesus and be a Christian without being devout. But, you know, people who are really taking their faith seriously and are really trying to follow in the teachings of Christ, I do think that they would have these close knit communities, generally speaking. But to answer your question, so here's how it went down. So I've been interested in Christian apologetics for a long time, since I was a teenager and accepted Christ as my personal savior. I grew up in a Christian family, but you know, that's when I made the decision for myself to follow Christ as opposed to, you know, just being brought up in the church. And you know, shortly after that time, I was introduced to apologetics, and always being a nerd in school. And you made me smile earlier when you said you didn't have a lot of friends because you know, I saw myself in that I was more interested in my studies than talking to people, and so on and so forth. Anyway, always being interested in academic type pursuits. When I was introduced to the idea of apologetics, I was instantly very attracted to it. I However, I never imagined doing a public ministry or anything like that. Rather, I learned the material and used it in conversations with people I knew. But that was it, and that's all I ever imagined it. Maybe I would write some material or something. I wouldn't, you know, become a public speaker. That's the last thing that I'd imagine. I can write, sure, I would agree with that.
But
Can I
you
speak?
also
No.
wrote that you're an introvert on that website, and like I
Yes, I
know
am.
I'd studied like the introversion, extroversion, and the whole Myers-Briggs Jungian archetypes. Like so introversion, like it's really impossible for them to have a public ministry. Like I wouldn't, you know, unless I mean, so it's very
Yeah,
impressive.
and so anyway, I was watching a YouTube
You have
video.
this exuberant persona.
Well, I didn't when I first started. But anyway, so I was watching a YouTube video on, yeah, you know, some random apologetic subject, and as I sometimes did, even though they're generally not helpful, I checked out the comments on the video, and someone was like, "You have to check out David Wood. He's my favorite apologist." I was like, "All right, well, if someone watching this video is recommending him, I'm going to go over there, you know, give it a try. Check out his channel." I went over. He has had his testimony video right at the top of the page. Watched that first before I knew anything about what he did in his ministry and whatnot. Watched his testimony. I was blown away by it. A lot of people would share this opinion. That's literally one of the best videos ever made. Um, and since I was so blown away by that, you know, I went in and showed that same video to my wife and son, and I probably watched it like 3 times or something. Anyway, because I was so attracted to that video, I started to watch some of his other content. And of course, probably like 95% of his content, it focuses on Islam. At this point, I hadn't even created like an actual YouTube account, right? I didn't even have an account. I was just watching videos as a guest without the ability to comment. And eventually, after watching his videos for a couple weeks, I came to this realization that Islam shares something in common with Christianity that was very key to why I would be interested in talking about it, and that's that it's a history-based religion. My favorite argument for Christianity is the historical argument, that the historical evidence backs the idea that Jesus was crucified and died, of course, and then was raised from the dead after on the third day. Uh, Now, of course, I'm not going to go through the whole argument, but you get the idea that it's history based, that it's a claim about a time and place and a person. Islam, likewise, is based on a purported historical event. And this one individual, Muhammad, receiving revelation, starting a new religion. There are a few other history-based religions, but generally, most religions aren't. You like look at Hinduism, for example. Uh, Hindus will say with pride, our religion's so old, we don't know where it came from. Like they think that this is some kind of argument for it because, it's so
Yeah,
old
it's like we
that we
think
don't
it's
know.
5,000 years old, but like we still can't. Like it's probably older. Like
Right. So, there are claims that can be tested philosophically, but there's nothing that can be tested historically. Buddhism, it said to go back to one particular individual, but if he didn't exist, it doesn't really change anything about the truth claims of the religion because they don't claim that he like received special divine revelation or something. They just claim that he figured some stuff out, and now that anyone, and in principle, anyone could have figured the same stuff out. So again, it's mostly making philosophical claims, not historical claims. Uh, you know, Nothing wrong with criticizing something from those perspectives, but since I was always interested in the historical argument, became interested in Islam, created a YouTube account, started commenting on videos. At some point, YouTube recommended Islam Critiqued to me. At the time, he only had like 1,500 subscribers, maybe. Very small channel at the time, but they gave me a recommendation for one of his videos. I watched that, and I watched a couple more of his videos, and he has a series that's kind of looking at scholarship on the Bible that people won't necessarily be familiar with. He calls it Biblical Insights. And after I watched one of those videos, I was like, okay, I got to contact this guy. So at the time, very small channel, he was accessible. I emailed him and we got to talking about the Bible passage that he had been describing in that video. I ended up befriending him, having a lot of conversations with him, and since he was just a friend, I mentioned that I was speaking at my church at the time, something totally out of my comfort zone, speaking before the 15 or 20 people that would come to my small local church and get see the talk that I was giving. My church only has like 120 attend a Sunday service. So, you're not going to get all those to come to apologetics talk. So, literally it was like 15 people or something. And he's like, well, since you already prepared this material and you're already giving this talk, why don't you just go ahead and record it and start a YouTube channel? So that's actually how I got started on YouTube, is Islam Critique. So David introduced me to Islam, but Islam Critiqued, Colin is his name, is the one that convinced me to get into YouTube as a producer of content.
But you're such a nice guy, and I really like you. So everything you just said was like antithetical to. No, but here's let me be substantive in my, besides the whole I don't like those two. So well, first one of I was very my favorite thing to do in 8th grade and 9th grade was to show my Christian schoolmates that the Trinity isn't in the Bible. And so I would just like beat them over the head all day. And when I realized, by the age of 22, that I was erroneous in my reading of the New Testament, I really wish I could talk to those schoolmates, but it's so hard to hunt people down, even with Facebook and everything. But I really wish, like a lot of them were Indian Christians from South India, Kerala, and so a vibrant and ancient, even in like the Catholic sense, but they're like East, like it was called the Church of the East. So it's like they're so Eastern, like we're when we talk about Christian history, it's like Eastern Church and Western Church, the Greek speaking and the Latin speaking. There's a whole like liturgy going on in India, going back to St. Thomas, so I mean, as far as they could tell. So traditionally speaking, but also going back, through the centuries. And so yeah, I wish I could really express to them, like, or just give them the joy that at least, okay, look, I was abusing you and your holy book, but I would like to say I was wrong. But the thing is, though, so I understand, even, and let me even say this, like, we started this fight, right? We, as in Islam, right? So Islam, the Quran is often polemically pointed against Christians and Jews, Christian theology, um, and like, of course, if you saw my interview from before, I'm saying this to your viewers, when I was on your show with God Logic, and you were inviting Muslims about 2 weeks ago. I actually feel I'm more on the side of that ecumenical community. Islam begins as an ecumenical branch. I feel like monophysite monks, who might have been condemned as heretics. But actually, so interesting. So when you were talking about David Wood and your friend Colin, seems like a really nice guy. But I'll give a more pointed criticism in a sec. But I was reading about this thing called a Melkite church. And I didn't know what it was, but I just found this random PDF while I was looking through. And they were associated with the Coptics, but so they had the same right as the Coptics, and they were in Antioch. And so, but when the Coptics went monophysite, this community in Antioch, Jerusalem, and Alexandria. Okay, I'm quoting from something now. I mean, let me do you the courtesy, though. I mean, sorry, I don't mean to spring this on you. This is called Between Constantinople, the Papacy, and the Caliphate, the Melkite Church in the Islamic Eight World, the year 634 to 969 by Christoph Cole. It starts with a K, but it's a very Eastern European, so I don't think my camera will focus. But anyway, so this church was the extant church at the time of the Islamic invasion, and it slowly became Arabized. And I'm only on page 2 of this. So, so they actually sided with the mainstream body of Christianity in condemning Nestorius and at Ephesus, I believe. So I think, okay, so definitely you see the roots of Eastern Christianity. And I said this on our first interview 2 weeks ago on your channel, that the Eastern, the monastic tradition in Christianity was like half of the church. People just decided, okay, I'm not going to get married. I'm just going to study and copy scriptures all day, and that was like a huge, like, it was one of the reasons why you became Christian, like it's hard to imagine today, because it's like, both the Catholic and Greek Orthodox communities are like, yeah, we have nobody to become monks, priests, or nuns, or there's a staffing shortage, but I mean, everywhere has a staffing shortage. So but back then there was like an overflow, right? Like you had so many monasteries, you couldn't build enough of them, to keep all these but see, these were also the centers of learning. So what we call, the Dark Ages, or around the collapse of Rome and stuff, we actually kept we as in humanity now, a lot of tradition alive. And so these monks were very learned people, and so the Quran praises them. And I think, and it says like the closest you will find among them, you will find to be Christians. And who were the Christians in Arabia? They were the monks. And I think you or someone else in a recent stream was called Waraka a heretic, or maybe it was your chat. I don't mean to, but I thought he was monophysite. Somebody asked me to get a source, but anyway, I've said enough.
Yeah. So, I'm not familiar with that particular work, but I would definitely would be interested in checking
That's
that
great
out.
stuff.
So I will have to take a look at that. As far as Waraka goes, that's going to come from primarily from the Sierra literature. So I don't think that you would be assuming that there's even a historical individual behind this at all, and I don't think that you would be able to really like nail down exactly what they believed about Christianity, because they only get brief mentions in the Islamic texts. It's not like it goes into great detail about what kind of Christian they were per se. So I have so a number of people who've joined late have asked questions along the lines
Yes.
of this one, and I'm just picking one at random here,
Yeah.
where they're asking what's a Trinitarian Muslim, because not everyone saw you on the previous one, not everyone saw the introduction. So could you maybe like sum that up in like 2 sentences or 2 minutes at least? So because probably based on the way live streams go, probably like 70-80% of the people here now didn't see your previous answers.
Yeah. It's like the old days of television when you had people jumping in between commercial breaks, leaving, like you just had to catch them when you caught them. Yes. So first, okay, I am not starting my own denomination. You mentioned, let's say, Messianic Jews, I would say maybe it's akin to that. Somebody who might be culturally Muslim, but then they're Christian in a way, or moving towards Christianity or whatever. Okay, but I'm not starting a new label. I don't want people to think that they should follow me. Okay, so it just describes who I am and where I'm at. And so I was born a Muslim, but I believe the logo spoke to me, and it's not a verbal thing, but I just kind of understood. Well, anyway, like I said, I don't know. I just had like in the back of my mind, I definitely had so much of the New Testament memorized. Maybe just like all somehow like clicked one day that I was reading it wrong. So I realized one day that the Holy Trinity is the triune nature of the Christian God, that they are correct. And when we condemn them, we being Muslims, condemn them vehemently, or we call them, we say it's a pagan, it's borrowed from the pagans, or it's, it was invented by Constantine at Nicaea, or that it's not in the New Testament. You have to actually read the scripture with an eye of faith, like, and you have to read it in a cohesive and integral way. So at the same time, so then when I also read the Quran, though, it says that we should trust their scriptures, and we should believe like that God also revealed their holy books. So I view both religions through a Trinitarian framework. And I don't claim to be Orthodox. So if you're like an Orthodox Christian, Orthodox Muslim, I'm sure there's a lot of invective. And also on that note, though, let me say something. I think, I'll say something that convinces me to come on and speak to you. Although if I knew it was David Wood that inspired you, and you're friends with Colin and all that, I might have been like, okay, well, this guy can have his own clique. But you were so genial to me, and Avery to me also. And I would just say, like, briefly, like, this is how men of God should argue or have a discussion about God. Like like you weren't aggressive to me at all. Like when I'd come to you with just myself as I was. So sorry, you were saying though. I said Colin,
well,
and you
yeah.
left.
So two things, I guess.
He's a very nice
One,
guy, though. I'm not trying to say he's a bad person, by the way. So.
right. One, you should be aware that some of my scripted videos, especially, are very polemical, and you would probably hate them.
Yes.
So,
Yes. No, I was browsing through your channel.
I
was browsing through your channel, and I was like, I was. So there's so actually, so I wanted to say though, so you had a Muslim guy like the day after you had me and Avery on, and he said, "Oh, your chat, like your channel, first of all, you," and he said like 3 times, "You don't let me speak," and you kept telling him to go on. And he said,
Mhm.
"But you don't let me speak." So he was like constantly harping how unfair you were when you were telling him that, "Hey, you have the floor the whole time. Like, please continue. Give us an argument. Is there an argument there?" So you were so courteous to him. And then he said something about your chat, and he said there's vile people in the chat. And I will say this, when I try to go, if there's a Christian on it during an EF Dawa or EA Dawa, or whatnot, the London channels, and the Muslim chat there, first, and the mods, they're very, very strictly controlled, and like, even though, like, if I'll say something even remotely friendly to a Christian guest or a Christian interlocutor, they'll be like, "Hey, which side are you on?" And so there's way more groupthink going on in a chat room of Muslim apologists than there is of Christian apologists. Like, I see, like, at least yours is a mix. Like, even last time with Avery and myself, people were saying, well, he sounds like he's reasonable, and it's nice to know there's still reasonable people on the earth. I'm not like flattering myself here. I'm just saying, like, there was
Right,
there was
right.
definitely people who were charitable to me, and then there was people who were like, he has theological issues. And of course, I mean, this is why I'm saying, I don't pretend to be orthodox, and I don't tell anyone that you should follow my way. Go ahead.
Yeah, when I most of my prayers at the start of these things, I ask for guidance to the truth, and this is my philosophy with talking with people: is that the truth should defend itself. It doesn't need me to have rhetorical skill and cut people off and make them embarrassed and feel bad and
Yeah,
whatnot. The truth should be prevalent.
yeah,
Regardless of how skilled or lack thereof the person presenting it is. I want it to be about the gospel message, not about me. So you don't have to respond to this one, but
yeah,
a Rockstar says Anam should speak with David. He's never rude in person. His videos are made to get people to think. And I would agree with that. I have now spoken with David multiple times in person and, well, in person's the wrong word, but personally over the internet. And he's actually, quite reasonable with the way he talks to Muslims in an actual conversation. Uh,
yeah.
yes,
I
the
actually
videos are
saw
polemical. Yes.
you and him actually did like a discussion. In fact, I even there's another small Muslim channel I follow, and he actually did a thing with David Wood, and David Wood let him speak for like an extended, and it wasn't, and he actually said his name like very properly, respectfully, like pronounced it, like he was going out of his way to show utmost respect and deference to the guy, like, even though it was like a standard boilerplate apologetic, so yeah, you're right. I can't, I think okay, but the reason I think, and I'm really glad you put that up, and I had a lot of fun with Rockstar in the chat, when defund the devil, and they were, and that guy Haroon was on the kid you had on. Oh, actually, when that was
Mhm.
when you were on Rob's channel. um
Mhm.
and so I actually want to talk to Haroon really bad, because we've both memorized the same surah of the Quran. It's about 60 verses long, 63. And so I feel a very immediate connection with them. And actually, so if we, but so let me say, I'm glad. I think okay, so I'm on this journey. Okay,
Mhm.
and like I said, I have to check myself, because like I said, I know very well personally how fierce Muslim apologists are against Christianity. Like, we'll throw the kitchen sink, like we have no, I think, yeah, I think, and anyway, so, but when if let me at least just say it this way, like, I feel like if somebody gets very aggressive with me, I would have to put up a defensive posture, in the sense
Yeah.
that,
Yeah.
like, well, like, well, you're coming at me. So if you're coming at me, then, like, then we have a problem. But, if you just want to, we can talk. And so now here's the thing. So like I said, I can't complain about Christian apologetics because, like I said, the Quran itself is a polemic against Christianity, in many ways. I think yeah. So like I'm doing the transcript of Angelica Neuwirth and I'm typing this out and I'm like, this is just a fact, like I can be as conciliatory and ecumenical and part of that early thing. Maybe I'd be one of the ones praying behind the church of where the Virgin Mary gave birth or something. But I definitely feel like Islam started as an ecumenical movement with Eastern Christianity as its base, Eastern Greek Orthodoxy, what became that, and definitely monophysites because Ethiopia was a monophysite. Thanks. So, okay. I understand, like I said, we started the polemics, but I am trying to, like I said, I've modified, I view things through a Trinitarian lens now. And I don't deny I'm on a certain trajectory towards Christianity. But when I see Christian polemics and it gets so, because somebody puts in chat, truth hurts, right? So like obviously they would say that, but like there's also like the funny thing is ancient works are pretty crazy things. Okay, so when you look at like tertiary sources, like tertiary hadith sources, there's some crazy stuff in there, so I mean, and like I understand, so I mean I feel like if you and of course if you just even talk like I think in the discussion with Harun about Aisha and her age, you put out there's 14 hadith in Bukhari, so it's like you're talking about like it's not just tertiary sources, it's secondary, primary sources even. So okay, fine, but but when you if you're gonna, once you start, okay, so it would make, it pushes me away from that trajectory in the sense, but like I said, there's I'll end with this. I'll end with this. Look, there's a gunfight between two gangs going on, and I'm like in the middle, ducking underneath a tire. So that's all. That's all. And so therefore, like I said, to be honest though, like I mean, I could say I can't really be mad at David Wood because, like I said, the polemics I would do against Christianity would be extremely unfair, uncordial, and so I think, but one of the things, so let me switch to the other foot, in the sense that, so when you try to win a debate, and this is a mild critique of you, is that you would make an argument or accept an argument that you wouldn't allow for your own faith, or you like, so I feel like that's something that Christian apologetics, or in general, anybody who hasn't, I mean, I'm not saying you have an ego, but just to win a debate. So like, so therefore if I see you, so I don't know, I can't even critique where exactly you'd be wrong, because all you do is, you try to.
No, I kind of understand what you're saying. Yeah. And,
but anyway.
This is just I certainly don't do anything.
You've always been very cordial with me. So like, that's the point where,
so,
okay, well, you know what, Thaddeus deserves the most honest, and genuine conversation that I can give. And, like, I think, because, I'll say this also. Okay. I don't mean to disparage anyone by name. So after I met Chris C, right, on I forgot his name even. So Claus, and I was on his channel, and so we had one discussion, and then finally when we had the second discussion, he said he was going to debate me. And then so once he said, and this is, I have to repent for being egotistical, once he said he was going to debate me, he thought I was being insincere, but to me, I kind of gave a smart ass kind of answer. But okay, so he was trying to tell me, thanks, Anam. He was trying to tell me that, why would I believe in the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, when the Apostle Paul says, even if an angel of light comes, and he comes to you with a message, with a gospel contrary to this, you should not accept it. right? And I said, because he said he wanted to debate with me. Okay, so normally I wouldn't be having this conversation with a Christian, because I'm not trying to lead you away from what you believe. I'm trying to encourage, and like I said, so I when I was a teen, I thought the Trinity was completely fabricated, and then by the age of 22, I had a realization where it's actually, you don't, I mean, the text is secondary. The community believed in it, and the event, like the man existed, right? As is, why would they believe in it? So anyway, like it was real anyway. So the realizing I was wrong, I try to keep. I always try to. The reason I still stay, as a Muslim in a way, is actually I want to encourage Christians to stay Trinitarian. And still remaining within the faith of Islam gives me a certain credibility, because if I were to join, non-denominational or any kind of denominational, all of a sudden there'd be like some kind of skepticism, because you've actually joined the the other clan, the other team. And when I was a young man, polemically arguing against Christianity, I wasn't targeting Catholics or Protestants or Anabaptists. I was just trying to throw flack and take them away from whatever, towards what I believed. So thanks. But now, in other words, the same thing. I don't have a distinction, with Christendom, in the sense that, so I feel like, okay, well, we need to. I would like to encourage people to stay within their Christian denomination, a mainstream Trinitarian one, right? Like not a fringe one. But so that's my purpose, and I think like being, saying like, look, this is my journey, this is where I came from, this is where maybe I'm going, and I don't know where I'm headed. But you can guess. The thing is, though, it gives me a certain added credibility to say that, look, I was on the other team, I'm still on the other team, maybe, but you guys are right about this one.
Yeah, so just to like briefly sum up my position here is that I have been persuaded that there are times for these very polemical, aggressive approaches. Had I never encountered David, maybe I would have never thought that way. But I have seen that they are effective. A lot of times, someone kind of needs woken up, and speaking friendly to them and kindly, just preaching the gospel over in a corner might not attract anyone's attention. But when you say that Muhammad is a false prophet, or something else that's provocative, then you get attention. So there is a time and place for that. But as far as these conversations go with people, I always want to give what I get, right? So if someone comes on here and they're rude to me, they're not going to last very long, and I might be mildly rude back to them. I mean, it's not like my personality to like yell and scream at someone, but I'll have a appropriate level of response. But if I'm just having a friendly conversation like I'm having with you now, I don't feel under any pressure to try to persuade you to say I reject Islam this minute, or something along those lines. So what I'm trying to say is that I want to adapt my methodology to the person.
Yeah, I see
And
that. It's very
yeah, and
generous of you.
often the online discussion, or if we can even call it discussion, that it's always like us versus them. Whether
Right.
it's coming from a Muslim or it's coming from a
Right.
Christian, and for good reason, because people are competing for attention. This kind of rational, reasonable talk works really well in real life. Like even David would say he would never be aggressive to someone in real life, because that just doesn't make any sense. You don't go up to someone and say, just a random Muslim on the street, and say, "Hey, did you know that your prophet is a pedophile?" Because they'll just be like, "Shut up," and walk away.
Right.
or something, or why are you being so hateful, and walk away. You will never get anywhere like that.
Right.
Just approaching some random person.
Right.
So, and this is more for the chat than for you, but I think that people get the wrong impression from the way we conduct ourselves online and think this is the way Christians act, or the way, or for that matter, the way Muslims act. Because I don't think that generally Muslims are going up to Christians and being like, "You believe in three gods, ha ha ha," or whatever else you want to say. Certainly no Muslim has ever done that to me in real life. Let's put it that way. No Muslim has ever had that kind of aggressive approach with me, and I don't imagine that too many Muslims would in real life either. So the online scene perhaps gives a distorted view. What I'm hoping is that conversations like this provide a model for how to have these conversations with people people you have a relationship with,
Yeah.
because the aggressive approach, while it gets attention online and it is effective at starting a conversation with people you might not ever have a chance to have a conversation with, it's not going to, generally speaking, change someone's religious views. And even if it does bring someone out of Islam, it certainly
Right.
doesn't do anything to make them want to be a Christian.
Right. Right.
So I have a couple other questions
Yes.
here, perhaps getting more to,
Mm-hmm.
one more on understanding where you're coming from, and then perhaps some more that get directly to the title of the video, and that's evidence for Islam. But
Yes.
Professor Yaffel here says, what does Anam believe about the crucifixion? Did Jesus die? Was he replaced by someone? Or were the watchers simply deceived by Allah or something else?
Yeah. Okay. I think the Quran affirms the crucifixion. And last time on your channel, I cited the Harvard academic um, Adnani, Khalil Adnani, and also the South African Imam Imran Hussein, who pointed out that the replacement theory is a stretch to even read that in the text, and even the Quranic text does say that Christ died. But here's the thing. So I don't. That's okay. So that's the hardest question of all. And I will say this, and this is not a criticism of Professor Yaffel. Thank you, Professor, for your question. So I've been on a Discord channel for the past year, and it's a Christian one. And so they're very much like you in that they're very kind and considerate. Like, I'm pretty sure if I wasn't there, there'd be a lot more, let's say, sharing David Wood videos going on. But like, since I've become like a part of the community, they're very, like, I don't, like I said, I'll if somebody I'll defend for the Trinity, but like if I'll encourage someone to stay within their denomination, but I'm not trying to actually actively make any arguments for Islam. Like, even if it's criticized, I don't defend it on there, because that's not really, I don't view that as, that's not my goal on that place. So but in turn, though, the people there, the Christians there, they're very generous in that, like, they don't actually push me on this question. And again, this is not a criticism of anyone who asked the question. Like, this is a question and answer format. Like, people, they only have you only have 2 minutes to get to know me, or 2 hours to get to know me, so we have to be a little bit more direct about things, but like, I've been there for like a year or two, and like, the regular people, they don't say like, hey, when are you going to sign up for this part? Like, you sign up for half of our faith, how about the other half? Or like, when's the other shoe going to drop, so to speak? And but they're so patient, and they understand that the Holy Spirit works in its own ways. And like, also, somebody could, and something I really love about, okay, it's actually a theological grenade, which also I love about it too. But I love about Christian theology is that the idea of credo baptism, and in Catholicism it's called baptism of desire. So like if somebody has the faith in their heart, you know, the baptism can come later. And Catholic theology delves further into something called invincible ignorance. It was originally for when they discovered the New World. You know, they discovered like millions of people who like never had a chance to hear about Christ. So how does theology like respond to that? Well, you know, if you were never preached Christ, then it's not your fault, right? And God would judge you basically. You know, like basically, you would have had to live a meritorious life, like no murder, like no eating sacrificial hearts, you know. But you would even in most Catholic works of like the medieval ages, you would have had to lived in anticipation of the Messiah. Like it had to be there. You couldn't just be like a good person, right? Because that's not enough. But you would have to know that there is a guy coming. But contemporary Catholic theology has said this very generously, even more, to say that if you were never preached the gospel in a correct way, then it's not your fault that you didn't convert, and God would have some kind of charity towards you for that. So it's very, I mean, you know, so like I said, I think there's an intuitive, implicit, quiet kind of faith. And it's interesting, like I'm an extrovert naturally, you know, but I think like that question is like a really introverted question for me. And the beautiful thing is though, like the Christians that I've had the blessing of surrounding myself with for the past year and a half or two, they don't rush me on that question. And I'm so grateful for that because like it brings me closer to their answer.
So a couple people in the chat said things along the lines of, no, the Quran doesn't affirm the crucifixion. I actually would be inclined to agree with Anam here. At least it doesn't deny the crucifixion. 4:157, the verse cited to, be the proof that the author of the Quran is against the crucifixion. It says that they did not kill him or crucify him; they only thought they did, which later Muslims interpreted as this, replacement theory where a different person was put on the cross or something along those lines. The early tafsir offer another possibility, and that's that they were taking credit for this, but God was actually in control. So they were saying, we killed him, and the Quran isn't saying that he wasn't killed. It's just saying, no, you had nothing to do with it. I'm in control. That God is in control of the circumstance. And some of the early tafsirs say that. So that's certainly, I think, a valid interpretation of the verse. What the author intended, it's always hard to say with 100% certainty, but I think that you can read it in that light. And I think that other than that one verse, everything about the Quran on Jesus is compatible with him being crucified. Now, if you read Hadith and whatnot, you're definitely going to find things that will be against it, which is, part of why Anam saying that he's not orthodox here. Right? No one's denying that modern Muslims would universally, or very nearly universally, there are a couple like extremely liberal, if you will, outsiders who would agree with what I just said, that it's possible that he was crucified. But obviously the standard Sunni Wahhabist position that's enforced online, yeah, no way. All right. Now, Islam is more diverse than just that one opinion. There are plenty of minority voices that are not vocal online. And we get this idea that Islam is a monolith. Much like Christianity, there's a diversity of thought within the religion. All right, so you familiar with Adam Seeker? Because he's in the chat, so I wanted to give him a shout out.
Yes, and
Yeah.
actually, we've met,
Oh,
Mr. Adam. We have been on Eric. I've been on his thing twice, but I'll say this. So after I was on Eric is I forgot his last name, but he has Cross and a Crescent channel
yes.
roundtable.
Hmm.
But the funny thing is though, I guess maybe he's a school teacher, so he has this thing where he's very respectful. But he was so cordial to me, and then later I'm like looking through his channel, I'm like I mean, anyway, so this person has nothing but
Yeah. So
venom towards my theology. But no, but he was so great though. Actually, I love, like, he humbled me actually, because he invited me on, like whenever I wanted, and that's when I met Adam Seeker here. I heard a story about him converting because of a dream he had, and it moved me a lot. And his wife actually was very respectful of his thing. I'm lucky enough to not be married or have kids. I couldn't imagine being who I am and like trying to tell my wife. Anyway, so the thing is that again, like when I was on Chris Claus's thing, I get sidetracked. So he was telling me, why would I believe Muhammad when it says don't believe in any other gospel? I got polemic with him, and I said, because I went on Chris Claus after I went on Eric's Cross and Crescent podcasting. I met him there. Um, you know, so I told him that the gospel then was different than the gospel, like as we would understand it today, right? Because it wasn't a book. So it wasn't like the Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. So, in the sense that, but anyway, okay, yeah. So we can, if you want to take another question or respond to that, whatever you like.
yeah. So Adam is actually the reason why I started to do these call-in shows. I was doing YouTube for a long time before I met Adam. Was introduced to his material and his story, and I contacted him privately, and got a little bit more information. I was asking him questions on like how to talk to Muslims because I want to be more effective in my ministry, and he gave me a lot of good advice. So I kind of model my call-in shows after the way he does it. Now, of course, we're different people. We have different philosophies about individual callers and whatnot. But he likewise, the way I try to do things is if someone comes on and they're very friendly and having a nice discussion, he'll return in kind. That he'll go with them and see what they have to say. Now, of course, he's going to bring it back to Islam as false sooner or later, just like I will as well. But if someone comes on and they're rude, then he'll be rude to them. So, very similar philosophy, I think. Most people would probably say Adam's more aggressive than I am. But different people, different personalities, you wouldn't expect us to be identical. He does want to know if you'd be open to him coming on perhaps a little later and asking you some questions. So that's your call.
Maybe I can go on his show. And I'd love to answer any of his questions.
Yeah, that would be great as well, I think.
Yeah.
He mostly streams in Urdu these days, but he does
Yeah.
occasionally stream in English. So look out for one of those English, and I'm sure he'd be happy to take your call.
I speak Urdu.
Oh, you speak Urdu? Well, then you definitely have that opportunity.
All right.
All right. So yeah.
Could I say polite and okay? Go ahead. Ask. You found an interesting question because it's important to get to.
Oh yeah. Well, I have several questions that I want to ask you at some point.
Of course. Then go ahead. Yes.
So Hank Hill says, "What does the feller think of the Ahmadiyya movement? We got one down here in Dayton, Ohio. I spoke with them and debated them in a friendly way. So the Ahmadiyya obviously are considered heretics by other Muslims. I think that's irrelevant to you whether they're considered heretics.
Well, yeah,
and they are.
The pot can't call.
I will say that Yeah, I will say that they are, in my experience, very open to these more intellectual type discussions, whereas the hardcore Sunni Islam, it's
Right.
like hear and believe and don't ask
Yeah, yeah,
questions.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah, yeah. They
perhaps
have football helmets on. Like you can't get through. Yeah.
right. So anyway,
Yeah.
any
So
thoughts
actually,
on?
their community. Well, I'm not one of them. First, they are very nice people, and they are actually wonderful at publishing literature and information. And like you said, debates or friendly discussions. Um, Theology wise, I mean, like, I don't like to, I just have a thing. I don't really diss anyone's theology just because, like I said, I used to diss Trinitarian theology as a 14-year-old kid. And I thought I had all the answers just because, like, I was on this website and I had all the New Testament verses highlighted. And I thought, like, well, no one can refute me. So, that kind of theological, like just okay, there's any confidence, arrogance, whatever. So I don't, yeah, I wouldn't speak ill of them, just in the sense that, like, I just remember how wrong I once was. So I don't care to tell people how wrong they are, or if they're wrong, in that
Perfect.
sense. Yeah.
Yeah, good enough. So Adam Seeker says that you can come on
Yes,
his
sir.
Urdu channel this
You
Saturday
got
or
it.
any Saturday. Uh,
Yes.
he said 9 p.m. I think he might have meant 9 a.m. The streams tend to go all day, so just look for it.
Okay. Same time as now would be 8:30 for me, but I will definitely reach out to his channel. But did you have another comment that you wanted
Yeah,
to go?
so
Let's go
I
through
think
them.
that this one will be a good transition of
Yes.
that. Oops, sorry, that wrong one. Of the topic here. So Rob D says, so a Christian who is culturally of the Muslim world, that's cool, not a problem with that at all. So why would you say? I guess getting to the title of this show, why would you say that, for example, Muhammad is a true prophet?
Peace be upon him. Um. So, sorry, because I'm also looking at the question. Like the thing up there. So I'm like, my brain is confused. Like, there's a segue, right? Let me just address that. Yeah, I think that's how you might want to put it. But so okay, how about this though? Rob D81. Look, I think, okay, you can, when I think, okay, when I think something that, when you look at the early centuries of the early Christian church, you see diverse groups. You certainly see Trinitarian theology, like Justin Martyr and Irenaeus and so on. And you see the you see the organic way those communities grew. Anyway, it's just really fascinating history. Okay, it's great history. And so therefore, though, as a student, and okay, I'll put it this way: like, my first day of one religion professor's class, his name was Dr. James Frankel, and he was teaching Islam, one-on-one for religion class. And he said, because a third of the students were Muslim, so he says, like, look, I need you to understand that there's an insider point of view and an outsider point of view. And so therefore, like, okay, you may have sincerely held theological beliefs, but if we're going to talk about Islam in this class, we should understand that you're going to encounter material that may not be in line with your beliefs. So that's one of the most useful things I learned, and that was just on day one of that guy's class. So you can just imagine. So if you look at, you can say, okay, well, I like Catholicism today, which I do, but then I look at, like, the early church, right? They were persecuted. They were, like, running for their lives. So, there's a difference in everything, mindset and
discipline and rites and beliefs of the earliest Christians who were thrown to the lions. And, let's say someone who lives in a palace in Rome, let's say, right? And so, that would just be a historical observation to make. And so I feel like historically, so this is towards Rob D's comment again. Historically, Islam begins as a branch of Eastern Christianity. So a Muslim who recognizes the historical trajectory of where we came from and who we are and why we do what we do. So, for example, one thing brilliant Angelica Neuwirth does in her lecture at the Institute for Advanced Studies in Prague, I think, she says that the Fatiha that Muslims pray, like the first 7 verses of the Quran, it parallels the Lord's Prayer in like almost every respect. So like the cadence, the rhyme, the use in the liturgy, the frequency. So, our Father who art in heaven, praise be to God, master, creator, sustainer of the universe. Hallowed be thy name, the most gracious, most merciful. Thy kingdom come, master of the day of judgment. Thy will be done, but curse those who don't follow your will, So there's and by the way, not only that, cadence, pentameter, like rhyme, like what's going on is there's a parallel in that liturgy. So it's really cool. But yeah, so that's towards Rob D's comment. You asked me why Muhammad's a prophet. Did you want to say something though?
Yeah, okay. So a couple people had said that you didn't say why Muhammad was a prophet, which I was going to get back to, but I guess you hadn't even started answering that.
When I read something, my brain starts working on that. That's just how this works. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. So
yeah,
now I'm reading that. Okay. So peace be upon him. So you ready?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So actually that's true, because we're going on an hour and a half. We've talked about having polite discussions, but we haven't had the fireworks.
The challenging part.
Yeah, the challenging part, the struggle. So I feel that Islam is a Semitic religion. It calls on its followers to live a lifestyle of holiness while remaining, married and in the world. So therefore, it emerges as an answer to Christianity, and one can even argue, okay, I don't know about better, I don't know about more successful, but let's just say a more practical answer to Christianity. But let me be more germane, okay? So that was just the preamble, okay? So I feel like, okay, in your religion, Mr. Thaddeus, right? And when you go to the Old Testament, there is a Semitic priesthood there. There's a way that these people did these rites, and they had a temple, and they had rituals that this was widespread, in Canaan, Israel, and in Median, northern Saudi Arabia. And so therefore, the Israelites had brother nations. We know this. And so, like, they, for example, in the Torah, you know what I'll do? I'll put on a little timer. I won't go like much more than 5 minutes, but like, I mean, I'll just give you a sustained thesis.
Yeah, that's
here.
fine.
Okay, great.
If people have watched this long, I'm sure they want to hear your answer. So
yeah. I mean, no, this is like you said, this is the conflict here. So, and I really think it's a very astute observation you made, in that, like, you can believe in Hinduism, and like whether you believe, Rama or Krishna existed is really immaterial, because It goes back so much farther than any particular person. And Buddhism too. It's more of a philosophy, and like you, very apt. Like I said, I just have a bachelor's, but just in my 4-year degree, I'll say this much: like when you said, Buddhism can be basically rediscovered by anybody at any time, because he just sat under a tree long enough, basically, and thought about this stuff. So it's a philosophy, and whereas Islam specifically makes a truth claim, so therefore the question, that you asked, and the question that Too Many Marys is putting, so the question Too Many Marys is putting is like I said, the historical thing is actually, if you could challenge or puncture that historical thing, you've actually deflated the balloon, right? So for sure, in a way that wouldn't be for other faiths that you mentioned. So I'm glad I came on, if not just to learn that. So in the Old Testament, the nation of Israel has other Semitic neighbors, and some of them were bad. So, for example, the Moabites, they're descended from the incest of Lot and his daughters after the destruction of Sodom. So, it's not a very flattering origin story, you might imagine, right? Like, you're the children of your daughters got you drunk, and then they seduced you. So their God was condemned, right? The Moabite God was like antithetical to the God of Israel. And then you had the Canaanites, right? So their god Baal was antithetical to the God of Israel. You had the Jebusites who were destroyed, and yet, as I'm sure you know, you have Melchizedek. Now you have a video on your channel, I think, of who is Melchizedek. So I haven't watched that, but I should. But you have Melchizedek, and he's actually the priest of Salem, right? So you have a worship of the true God going on, right? Like Abraham gives him a tithe of 10%, or the other way around. The Hebrew is actually ambiguous. It just says he gives him a tenth. So like you could even read it as like the priest is giving Abraham a tenth, right? Like, I mean, you would think it's the thing, but it just says he gives him a tenth. So you have a living Semitic tradition. And let me even propose this to you. So when Moses asks Pharaoh to let the children of Israel go for 3 days in the desert so we could have a festival, the word for festival is chag, which is cognate to Hajj, to the Hebrew and Arabic, and it means to go in circles or to have a festival in the desert. Like you have to be in the secluded area though, and so that's for 3 days in the land of Goshen. The Hebrew Bible says. So there is so much of okay. So like I said, Baal was Canaanite. Canaanites are bad. Moabites' deity was bad. The others, like there were numerous others that were bad, but of course the Babylonians. But there was the Edomites, right? And they worshipped Israel, the same God, the same God of Israel. So the book of now, when you had the thing on, saying like, where is Muhammad, peace be upon him, in the Bible? I think you addressed the thing about, well, I will raise from you a prophet from among your brothers, and I will put my words in his mouth. Right? I'm not going to go there because I've seen you do that. But the thing is, what I'm submitting to you is that I'm on my 5 minutes, but I'm like maybe halfway through. So okay, so then there is Kos. So when you have the rainbow, so the Edomites. Now it says in the Torah that you shall not hate an Edomite. So the same place, I think it's Deuteronomy. You shall not hate an Egyptian because you were in his land. You shall not hate a foreigner because you were once a foreigner in someone else's land. And you shall not hate an Edomite, for they are your brothers.
And so the reason they're called your brothers is because they worshipped El, the God of Israel. And so you had a whole nation to the south of Israel called the Edomites, who worshipped the true God. And then in Midian also, Moses escapes to northern Saudi Arabia today, and he marries the daughter of Jethro. And Jethro in the Islamic tradition is Shuhaib, which is a prophet. But he was a prophet. And so they were monotheistic, though. And so you have a monotheistic tradition to the south of Israel where they worship the true God. And Abraham has a son named Ishmael. And by the covenant of Genesis 15, Abraham is promised the Nile to Euphrates for his son. And the borders of the contemporary Arab world, the Maghreb actually speaks a different, this is arbitrary. So is actually from Iraq to Egypt, which is the Nile to the Euphrates. So I would submit to you, if you truly believe in the book of Genesis, you should actually believe that the son of Abraham, Ishmael, came to inherit the lands of the river of Egypt to the Euphrates, which would be the Ishmaelites, who are the Arabs, who are obviously the Muslims. So it says Ishmael shall be a blessed child. It says, I will make him the son of the many nations, and I will bless the lad, and don't worry about him. And I would even say, if I could submit a criticism of your channel, in that when you were talking about the Muslim beliefs around the well of Mecca and how Hagar and the angel did it or whatnot. So that story's in the book of Genesis, that the lad's heel hit the soil and a well sprung, and I believe there was also the angel of the Lord present at that. So okay, I'm being mindful of the time, but so I would say, yeah, so there's enough in there that, and then Ishmael actually, so when you look at Ishmael, and then the book of Genesis specifically conflates the Ishmaelites with the Midianites when Joseph is sold into slavery. So this is just a few generations later. So Ishmael has interbred with the Midianites, and this just goes to show that Arabia is populated by Abraham's son. And so then, therefore, at the beginning of the thing I just said, and further, in the New Testament period, then it's said that there are prophets, among the faithful, believers of Christ and seers. So I would submit to you, there's nothing in Judaism that would preclude that a prophet would come to Ishmael. Also, so we're on 9 minutes. Let me just take a minute more. So in the book of Isaiah, when it says that the nations will come to anoint the Messiah, it says the flocks of Kedar and the dromedaries of Midian. So Kedar is one of the sons of Ishmael, and Midian is also son of Abraham, I think. So so in other words, when Isaiah says that the world will come to coronate, Christ the King, then I feel like this says the Islamic nations kind of fall into that parade. I'm not saying we'll have our theology straight, but I think we'll be there for the celebration of the King. Thank you.
All right, so there's a number of ways I can go from this here.
Thank you for giving me time.
Yeah. So I'm trying to decide which way to go first. So I guess my first.
Could I take a quick bathroom break?
Yeah,
and then maybe you could just even collect your thoughts, because I did say a lot. Okay, 1 second. I'll be right back.
That's fine. I'll while you're gone, I'll take a couple comments from the audience and explain what's going on here. So I do see that a number of you are making comments about how long he was going on and so forth. And I agree that he was kind of rambling. I think Anam would not be offended by that. I think he would probably agree that he wasn't getting directly to the point. But I think there's value in him getting this out here, because I think what you're seeing to an extent, is that he's struggling with these issues himself. That's why he's finding it so hard to explain why he's a Muslim. I think that he probably doesn't have much of an intellectual basis for being a Muslim. It's more based on his culture background and things that he finds emotionally attractive and so forth. So I think there's value in, kind of letting him struggle, if you will, to get out his ideas. Perhaps you can say that I'm letting him notice for himself that he doesn't have a lot to support what he's saying. So hopefully that explains what's going on here. I know that this isn't a lot of people's cup of tea, that they want to have the Christian Prince style discussions. I saw several comments in here about how Christian Prince would have cut him off in a couple minutes, or you got this one here from Mr. Ragati that says, "Come to the Christian Prince channel, not this effeminate guy. At least he'll educate you." Well, that's fine. If that's what you want to watch, then you can watch the Christian Prince channel. I don't have a problem with that. Maybe Anam doesn't want you to watch Christian Prince, but I don't care what you watch. But if you want, but that's not what you're going to get from this channel. I'm trying to, work towards something here, as opposed to just like making my point and forcing my conversation partner to accept what I'm saying. All right, so welcome back here. So getting back to my thoughts on what you just said, there's a couple places we can go, but I think kind of my first question is, you said why you think that there would be or at least the potential for a prophet to the people living to the south of Israel. However, you didn't really say why you think that Muhammad is that prophet. So, and I'm not granting the truth of your interpretation of the Bible, just to be clear to the audience. But even if I grant that, I'm still not seeing how this leads to, Muhammad being that prophet.
Well, I'm gonna finish up the bowl of strawberries. So I'm sure you have more to say, because I did say a lot. I spoke for 10 minutes at length.
Oh, okay. Well, I can tell you my other thoughts as well.
Yeah, please.
If you want. Yeah. Okay.
Just to keep it more, because I want a monologue. Like it's kind of boring.
Right. So then my other thoughts, and a couple of people pointed this out, is that even if I grant that, there's no proof that, for example, Muhammad is the descendant of Ishmael. Someone said none of this is in the Quran, which I also agree with, that the Quran doesn't seem to connect Muhammad with Ishmael, maybe with Abraham, even that's somewhat debatable, but certainly doesn't connect him directly with Ishmael's. And then Bellrudder, the third thing that I would say is that you're misunderstanding or misinterpreting the biblical text. There is a purpose to the Ishmael stories, but it's not that and there's a purpose to the covenant or the promises made to Ishmael, and none of that has anything to do with a future prophet coming in the distant future. Rather, the biblical covenant is through Isaac. I think since the Quran doesn't demand that you say that Muhammad is in the line of Ishmael, I think you might actually be better off saying that he's in the line of Isaac, as some early interpreters do. But either way, the covenant's supposed to come through Isaac. There are promises made to Ishmael, but they're not covenantal promises. And then that the covenant is developed throughout the biblical text and has its fulfillment in Jesus. So then there's no reason for another prophet to come after him. So that's kind of the three different lines. And I could add more to each of those, but those are kind of the three lines I would say is, if I grant this story, there's no reason to believe that Muhammad, at least that you've offered so far, that Muhammad specifically is that prophet, that the biblical text only makes covenantal promises through Isaac, and that nothing that you said is found in the Quran either. So it's not in the Quran, it's not in the Bible. It's kind of a mishmash of ideas from various different places, as near as I can tell.
Okay. So I feel the third one is the least impressive. By the way, I was laughing when I was just taking a break that you put up the nerd guru comment. I thought you were a gracious host. I got to take all that back.
That was a compliment. He said, I like you.
But I was thinking about it. I was like, wait a minute. Does that really? But it's fun. Okay. But so the not in the Quran thing, right? So, this is why I'm starting with the least impressive one, just because now I feel a little bit hot under my collar. I think that's not fair. Okay. I think there is a context, and I think that context is like clearly understood. I don't know. So you'd actually have to make the argument that the Arabs didn't see themselves as descendants of Ishmael, and the prophet didn't, and that's why it's not in the Quran. Because if the people just understood it and believed in it at the time, it doesn't need to be in there. Like, the fact is, it tells the story of, the sacrifice of the child. It tells, I think, okay, anyway, like, there's a focus on Ishmael in other ways. But, or maybe it's just Abraham, actually. Maybe Isaac isn't, Ishmael really isn't in there too much. It certainly doesn't name the sacrificed child, which is
correct.
Huge. Huge. But, or huge, as we say in New York. But here's the thing, though. So I feel, though, if you feel as I do, that the people probably believed in that at the time, and like I said, so, but here's something else I would have to submit to you, though. Okay, right? This is a Christian, right? And so, thank you, Last Prophet, for that, because that's what I'm talking about. So here's the thing.
I just put an appropriate question up there. You already were talking about it.
Gracias. So I'm submitting to you the Arabs are the descendants of Ishmael. And this is universally understood and accepted for history until the modern era, when, polemics and politics, actually, so anti-Muslim polemics and right-wing politics also are married. Because actually, interestingly enough, so when I watch your channel, I get, Ben Shapiro ads. So it's like, it's kind of funny. But anyway, but I mean, this is not a diss against you. You don't pick the ads, right? But it's just,
I don't pick
they know who their thing is, So anyway, so but that's the thing. So I feel, the only people, it's only in the modern era, with the rise of the state of Israel, the explosive question of, do you support Israel or Palestine? And, politics associated with American support of Israel, and, the military industrial complex, among other things, aggressive foreign policy hawks, among other things, whatever, but like, there's a narrative that all of a sudden, Arabs are not the descendants of Ishmael, when, first Saint John of Damascus calls Islam the Ishmaelite heresy. So it's, Ishmael is identified as being, anyway, in Arabia with St. Paul, but obviously Arabia has many connotations. Like, the Negev of Israel could be Arabia, but anyway, it's understood that, like, to the south of Israel was these monotheistic people, and therefore, the lineage I don't think if you're asking about the lineage, last prophet, I'm not sure I could answer about the lineage, right? Because who knows? But the general consensus is the Arabs are the sons of Ishmael. So it's not even me, but you, if you're assuming you're a Christian, have to believe that the Arabs are Ishmaelites. So, like I said, Genesis, in the verse where Joseph is sold into slavery, right? And it's scholarly, one of the most analyzed verses, because they think it means that this is when the thing was interpolated between J and P, or E and whoever. They say that like this is why it says Ishmaelites came down and they sold them to the Midianites, and the next verse is the Ishmaelites went up and sold them in Egypt. So it just says that, like, oh, if they're in the same area, they're on the same trade route. And like I said, Moses later marries a Midianite woman. The Esau marries his daughter to a son of Ishmael. But anyway, so that's the answer. I mean, I hope. How's that for an answer, Thaddeus?
So I
What's wrong
think
with
that
that answer?
you are correct that
Okay.
this is the least important issue, whether Muhammad is a descendant from Ishmael. Al-Ashka says that according to Yasser Qadi, this isn't true though. I don't know what this person's referring to. I'm not familiar with that video, but they say that Yasser Qadi has some stuff to say about this. He calls it fabrications. I don't know if he's talking specifically about Muhammad being in the line of Ishmael, and Qadi's just saying that you can't trust the supposed genealogies, or if he would actually be saying that there's no reason to believe he could be a descendant of Ishmael. As far as like the pure historical possibility, I mean, it's certainly a possibility that Muhammad could be descended from Ishmael. Obviously, by the I was trying to think of roughly when Abraham was, so like 2,500 years, 3,000 years after the time of Ishmael. I mean, he probably has millions of descendants by then, or
for sure.
Well, actually, this works generally is that you either are related to nearly everyone or no one at all. Like your line completely dies out, or you end up being related to a whole bunch of people.
I mean, yeah, you and I are both descended from Genghis Khan, right? So somehow,
yeah. I mean, a possibility, right? As far as like whether that's an issue,
no, but
I don't necessarily think it. I would grant the possibility. Let's put it that way. I think that the more problematic thing is.
So then you said
the texts don't seem to make this.
Then claim, you said the covenants with Isaac, right? So that's the other one.
Yeah. So that's the biblical.
But sorry, I cut you off. Sorry.
So unless you think the third one's the strongest, and I think that what the biblical text actually means is the most important of the three.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I love Genesis so much. But yeah, my answer though, Lilo, was that if it's understood, you don't have to like spell that he's from Ishmael. But okay, interesting. That's interesting. Like, actually, let me put it to you this way, right? Like, because in fact, I was really nervous because when you put the title that this person's going to give me his best shot, and it's a really tall order.
You approved the title.
Yeah, I did. I know, I totally did. I totally did. But also one thing, like the same time when the guy was like, let me speak. Like these things are not that important. The discussion's more important than whatever the text says. This headline could say whatever. The headline could say Thriller in Manila, right? But it just. So, but here's the thing. So, if someone wants to make the argument that like these aren't Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John's Gospels because the text doesn't say it, and then add those same 4 emojis like laughter, tears, laughter, tears, laughter, tears, like you're cracking up, right? So, like here's the thing though. It's called like if I think okay, like the tradition gives us that, the communities at the time give us that, You can tell from the hints within the text themselves. You don't, and also like the authorship of this doesn't just become like, you can't fabricate that kind of authorship. But anyway, so here's the thing, like it doesn't, there's a thing where, look, if everybody knows this is Matthew's gospel, it doesn't have to say, I am Matthew, I was born on this day, and this is why I'm writing this, because like I'm 50 years old now, and it is, the year 50 AD, and I want all true believers everywhere to know this, right? Like it's a very modern concept to demand that the text has to say or be cited the way, or anyway. So like here's the, like I'm the most flexible person in this regard. Like I'm willing to say, look, the text doesn't say whether the sacrificial child is Isaac or Ishmael, right? Probably significant, like there's some exegetes who interpret this differently, but I think there's some things like the basic narrative, like, our narrative is like, look, one guy came up with this book, right? Or like the God revealed it through him and the angel Gabriel, right? But it was, it was not through his inclination. So, but the thing is, so that's like, that is what there's a certain, it's an understanding, and I think history has held up to that understanding, and that's why I think there's a certain milieu that you have to accept, even if it's not literally in the text. It's culturally accepted. It's culturally accepted.
Right. So I think this comment from the same commenter here, Leela, gets more to the point, because you're giving reasons why you believe in Islam, and I'm granting that could possibly be true historically, but you can't say that it's a reason to believe in Islam if you're just saying that the text doesn't say it. It's a possibility. That's kind of what I was trying to get at.
Sure, but here, let me turn it around and just say that, like, the book of Genesis says that Ishmaelites live in Median, which is northern Saudi Arabia. So if you have a problem with Arabs being Ishmaelites, or the descendants of Ishmael being I don't know, prophesied, I don't know, but by it, it's a broad thing. It's I see it in Genesis, and I think, anyway. So
okay.
There you go.
So let me just list one last comment, then we'll move on, and maybe this is better put, that the argument of lineage has little merit. It could be said that half of Europe is descended from David due to time and intermarriage. Kind of like what I said, that either most of the Arab people are descended from Ishmael, or no one is. Either way, it's not really a reason to say that Muhammad specifically is a prophet.
I don't. Okay. Well, no. Wait, there's two things though. This is about his lineage from Ishmael, and then now is his actual prophecy, which is the truth claim that you were the broader tech approaching at. So, I mean, I feel okay, but here's the thing. Well, we have a narrative. It's kind of important to it, but like, whether Christ was actually from the branch of Jesse, or half of Europe is from the branch of Jesse, it's a thing. It's something that is not really like something that a believer can debate.
Right. So I guess the point here.
But what I can submit is Arabs
it's not a negative. I think the point is that while I wouldn't say that you could use it as a negative claim against Muhammad, I don't think you can use it as a positive claim for him either. Similarly, by the time of Christ in the first century BC, which is technically correct, because he's born in the year 5 BC or so.
Right,
but
6,
until the time, at the time when Christ was born, a significant number of people were descendants of David. It wasn't literally like every person in Israel, but a significant number of people were. So just being a descendant of David wouldn't be sufficient to make you a prophet. It might be necessary, but it wouldn't be sufficient. So I think that's kind of where we stand here, that granting your argument about the biblical text, and we'll get back to that here in a second, but even granting that argument, might be a necessary condition that Muhammad is descended from Ishmael, but it wouldn't be sufficient to prove that that specific person is the prophet, I think is what I'm trying to get at here.
Okay, and so right, that was your first take, right? It should be specifically towards this person, right? Who I say peace be upon him religiously. So
he's in the model of the Old Testament prophets, you know, and I think first, like I said, I don't want to be pedantic. You've been very generous to me, but I feel okay. So, like I said, now actually, the other thing, actually, the second one I didn't fully address. So you're saying the biblical text says it's through Isaac. And
Well, yeah, we haven't addressed that one at all.
Yeah, we're going to the
so
first one.
if you're
Yeah,
ready to
we're
move
going to the
on,
first
we
one.
can move on. In the private chat, I'm putting 2 links for you to review later that supply evidence that not all Muslims believed that Muhammad was descended from Ishmael. Just for your reference, not
It's very
relevant to right now.
It's very interesting. Okay, let me think about it. That's, I mean, yeah, I mean, I know all the commentaries don't think. Okay.
So yeah, getting back
text.
to the biblical
Yeah.
text here. So this is one way to pose it. Can your guest explain Genesis 17:19 in light of what the Quran says about Ishmael?
Yeah.
So let me.
I will make him. Let me guess.
I have a feeling I know which text it is, but
I have a feeling I know. Is it the wild ass of a man?
That's what I thought it would be, but it actually is not. So God said, "No, but Sarah, your wife, shall bear a son, and you shall call him Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his offspring after him." So this gets directly to what I said, that the covenantal relationship comes through Isaac. There are promises given to Ishmael, but they don't have anything to do with the arc of the biblical story that leads towards Jesus.
Yeah. So Genesis 15 happens earlier. And in Genesis 15 is God's first suzerainty contract with Abraham. And it's extremely important because you're right. Genesis 17 is a turn in the narrative, a real turn. I'm not going to dismiss your question, built for speed. It's a very astute question because that is the Jewish narrative. You know, it's like Abraham thought he was going to have, well, you know, actually it's very interesting because, by the way, the book of Genesis is amazing. Like, it's actually my biggest proof of God. But it's unparalleled. But it says, okay, so Abraham's first expected son is his nephew Lot. And him and Lot are supposedly on the same mission because, you know, he doesn't have a son. And but when you look at the parting that Abraham and Lot have, it's very severe because Abraham says, "Where do you want to settle?" And he says, "If you go north, I'll go south. If you go east, I'll go west." You know, so I mean, it's very mild the way it's putting it, but there's no bigger separation that you can do from a person, right? It's like wherever you're going, I'm going, you know, 10 miles away from you, you know? So Abraham is disappointed that Lot will not be his successor. And then, you know, he has a concubine and he has Ishmael, and then he has to cast them out. So there's a turn, definitely. And in fact, Judaism continues this selection, right? Because the older son is plucked out and the younger son actually receives the inheritance. And this is contrary to the Semitic practice of the time, because it's always the older son who receives the inheritance. It's never the younger son. In fact, the book of Exodus even later says your inheritance has to go to like Deuteronomy or Leviticus. Like your inheritance goes to your oldest son. Like it doesn't go to the others. But when Jacob and Esau are selected also, right? So the older one is passed over for being, well, let's say it's arguable, but under one interpretation, the rabbis say maybe he was unworthy. And that's why the younger son receives the inheritance. But so yeah, that is the Jewish narrative. The biblical narrative, that the turn is very clear there. So I'm not disputing your question, but what I would submit to you is that Genesis 15 is also a covenant with God, and that covenant is written in that same language that Genesis 17 is written. And that covenant, and I would directly reference this earlier, Genesis 15, in that covenant says your descendants will receive Egypt to Iraq. And where Arabic is spoken is is the Ishmaelites today. Iraq is an Arab country all the way throughout Egypt and beyond. So yeah, that's true. His servant. This is what I didn't want to get the story wrong, but Eliezer of Damascus was supposed to be his descendant, and then he said that you're going to have Ishmael.
All right, so I have the biblical text up on the screen here, just so we can be clear what we're talking about. You did just correct yourself. Too Many Marys had pointed that out in the chat. What you were trying to say, however, was correct in that Abraham proposed to God that Lot would be the one through whom the promise would go. When he had this conception that things weren't working out, he was too old to have children. He's like, it's fine. I'll just adopt him as my child, and your promise can go through him. So that was the first attempt by, and the biblical text is still calling him Abram at this point, by the way. It hasn't yet transitioned to calling him Abraham. So that is the first attempt to fulfill this promise. The second attempt is going to be
I'm sorry.
through.
Would you scroll down though? Because there's what I'm trying to say is, I definitely like.
Yeah.
This doesn't even name Ishmael, so this makes me look really weak. This makes you look weak because this doesn't say what I said. But I'm saying more down is definitely Ishmael. So
well, Ishmael is going to come actually in chapter 16. So,
okay, but here to your offspring I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river of the Euphrates. And the amazing part is now there's like 24 nations: Kenites, Kezites, Kadamites, Hittites, Perizzites, Rephaim, Amorites. There's like a dozen nations who live there. And Abraham's saying you're gonna do this. And by the way, so now here's the thing: the chapter divisions are arbitrary. So the next verse, the next sentence is about the birth of Ishmael. So thematically,
it's not about the birth of her. We'll get to that in a second. Or him, I meant to say.
Well, I'm sorry, but my argument though, if I could, because you're
right. It does.
My argument is that 15 starts with like, okay, I'm gonna make a contract, and it's not gonna be this guy Eliezer, and then 16 continues. Okay, then it's Ishmael. So I'm trying to say that the covenant of 15 is actually about Ishmael, and the covenant of 17 is about Isaac.
Right. So here's where the interpretation is going to vary. So what I was saying is that, you say that it's not Eliezer or it's not Lot, and that's correct. But that's Abram's first attempt to kind of be like, God, you made this promise and it's not coming true. So here's how we're going to make it come true, God. And then Hagar is going to be the second attempt to make it come true. So the promise is given. You're right. The promise is given, and in fact, it was given even before this. So the promise is given here, and you're right. The chapter division is arbitrary, and this now is directly tied in. That part I agree with. But see who comes up with this suggestion. So it says, now Sarah, Abram's wife, had borne no children. She had a female Egyptian servant whose name was Hagar. And Sarah said to Abram, behold, now the Lord has prevented me from bearing children. Go in to my servant. It may be that I shall obtain children by her. So first you have Abram's suggestion that he will appoint an heir. And now you have Sarah's suggestion that Abraham bear children through her servant. So the suggestion isn't coming from God. The suggestion's coming from Sarah. In both cases, it's human beings not seeing how God could possibly fulfill his promise and trying to come up with their own ways to fulfill it. So the biblical narrative, the way I understand it, and the way that, as far as
Mhm.
I know, every historical interpreter of the passage has understood
Right.
it, is that this is Abram, and I pointed out they still call it Abram because God has not yet changed his name to Abraham, because he
Yeah,
doesn't yet
she's still
have.
Sarai. Yeah.
Right, and Sarah likewise her name has not been changed. This is human beings not having the sufficient faith in
Guidance.
God's promise and trying to fulfill it for themselves, and then everything that comes about as a result of this, Ishmael and his descendants, who are historical enemies of
That's
Israel, it's
interesting.
all because Abram was not faithful. He did not trust in God completely and tried to fulfill God's promise to him by his own means rather than trusting on God. So um, when Ishmael and Hagar are dismissed from the family, it's under direct command by God, saying, no, that's not what I told you to do. I didn't tell you to
No,
have a
no, no,
child
no,
with Hagar.
no. Sorry, I'm going to correct you there. Everything else you said until now was true. By the way, and I really thank you for pointing out that very subtle thing in the text, because God tells him you're going to have a son and he's going to do great things, and then Sarah says, "Why don't we do this instead?"
Mm-hmm.
So
Exactly.
yes, that's very interesting. But here, Sarah is the one who throws out Hagar.
Yeah,
Hagar.
yeah, you're
Hagar.
right. You're right.
Yeah, yeah.
I
But
misstated
then
there.
but no, no, no. There's two times where Hagar is cast out, and actually, so the first time the angel of the Lord says, go back to Hagar," and the second time, I think the angel even says to Abraham, "Let them go." But yeah, there is an element of divine approval, but the actual God never shuns the bondwoman.
Yeah, so let's go ahead
That's
and go
Sarah's
through the
fault.
text. So
That's
you are
her.
right here that so Abram listens to Sarah, and then he conceives Ishmael through Hagar. Um, and you're right that this initial rejection is from Sarah. And when she saw that she had conceived, she looked at contempt with her mistress. So she's jealous, basically.
Well,
She
yeah.
sees that.
Okay.
So
No, I
Sarah
think.
is
By the way,
jealous.
I think. Oh no, no, no. But by the way, it's Hagar. By the way, who's being blamed here? By the way, because once Hagar has the baby, she looks at her owner, her mistress in this case, and she looks with contempt at her mistress. And then Sarah gets mad and says, "Throw her out," because she thinks now that she has a son, she's now the first wife, and I'm just this old hag. By the way, it's very interesting. Like there's family dynamics playing out here. You know.
Right.
Yeah.
So that detail aside, so Sarah says to Abraham, to throw her out. You're right about that part. So then the angel of the Lord comes to her, like you said, and then we got the spring of water in the wilderness. I didn't bring this up when you said it earlier, but I would disagree that this is a confirmation of the Quranic story, or sorry, Islamic story. It is so the story is based on it, but it derives from literature written in between. Neither here nor there. I just wanted to throw that in there. So the angel of the Lord says to Hagar to return, and so then she does, and then
He shall be a wild ass of a man.
right. So
Okay, but by the way, so
interesting.
by the way, Hagar says you right after that paragraph, you are, because she saw the Lord, right? And this is an incident. If you scroll down a little more, please. Sorry, you're
Right.
going up. I'm
Yep.
asking you to
Yep.
go
Yep.
down.
Yep. So the
No,
angel
no,
of the Lord found her by. Nope.
no. After this paragraph, after
Oh.
like
Sorry. Yeah.
next screen down. Sorry. Okay, and
So yeah. So
no, behind
getting
after
back to
the verse, behold, you were pregnant.
right.
You
Right.
know,
Right. Right. Right.
sorry. So she called the name of the Lord who spoke to her. You are a God of seeing. Truly, here I have seen him who looks after me. Because they thought that if you looked upon God, you would die. So she looked
Yeah.
upon God and she still lived. But anyway, so like here's the thing: a miraculous intervention by the angel of the Lord he speaks to her like like this is a blessed woman. I don't think we
Right.
could malign her. By the way. And by the way, sorry, one more thing. The well is
I
called.
just wanted to go back here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
For a second here, and
Sure.
what you said that she's being thrown out when Sarah conceives, which is not correct here. I don't.
Okay.
So, you got all these pronouns, so it's creating
Yeah.
a very confusing sentence. But Sarah hasn't even given birth yet, so Isaac is definitely not in view in this passage.
It's Hagar who conceived.
Right. So
when Hagar saw that Hagar conceived, Hagar looked with contempt on Sarah.
Right. Yeah, exactly. You got all these she's, so it's confusing here, but exactly. So when Sarah saw that Hagar conceived, Hagar looked with contempt on Sarah, which is kind of a weird sentence. But anyway, I just wanted to make that clear because you mentioned something about Isaac here, or at least I thought you did. Anyway,
no, I was just saying that Sarah isn't the bad guy per se, right? Like if your maid gives you a dirty look, like that's kind of that is objectionable, right? You should fire the maid, right?
Right. Yeah. Okay. So something happens and there's animosity between the two of them, and Sarah asks that Hagar be thrown out, and then you're correct that the angel of the Lord appears before her, and since this is angel of Yahweh, Christians generally will understand that any reference to the angel of the Yahweh is the pre-incarnate Jesus specifically.
Yes.
Making this even stronger, right? Making your case even stronger here. That's not just a generic messenger, because angel just means messenger. No. It's not just a generic messenger, but it's God himself who appears before her. And then
I will multiply your offspring. So that's a blessing, by the way.
Right. And there is a blessing. There is absolutely a blessing given to Ishmael. Behold, you are pregnant and shall bear a son. You shall call his name Ishmael, because the Lord has listened to your affliction. He shall be a wild donkey of a man, and his hand against everyone, and everyone's hand against him, and he shall dwell over against all his kinsmen. So this verse 12 here, this is the positive, right? There's a promise here of multiplying. In 10 and 11, there's a positive promise.
His name means God hears, so it's a blessed name, by the way.
Right. And that's probably what this footnote says.
Cry.
So you have a positive promise, but then you also have this negative promise, which is consistent with what I said, that God is being faithful, even though Abraham was not, or Abram at this time was not. And for some reason, I can't get the highlight, whatever. I don't know what's up my mouse.
No, I know you want to highlight that one. That's good.
Right.
I'm glad.
So you have the positive promise, and I don't deny that there's a positive promise. Maybe we'll look at later in Genesis where it said that that's fulfilled. But then there's also this negative, that there's an animosity here between Ishmael and his fellow man. And this is consistent with what I said about the biblical arc, the narrative here, that because Abram and Sarah collectively have decided to go against God's actual plan, there's going to be animosity, and their lack of faith is going to create these enemies of Israel that are at war with Israel for hundreds of years afterwards. And it's in the context of the entire biblical narrative, not just these few lines by themselves. It's that because they weren't faithful, because they didn't really completely place their trust in God, all these problems arise. So God does bless Ishmael with a multitude of offspring, the father of many nations. You can phrase it a couple different ways. And it becomes clear later when it lists his descendants that he fathered 12 children, and the names that listed there become the names of several of Israel's enemies. So he is blessed. Sure. He absolutely is blessed. And God at a little further down is going to explain why he did that when he's expelled for the second time. Or I guess he's expelled for the first time when Hagar's expelled for the second time, because obviously Ishmael's not born yet. But the verse 12 here is consistent with my understanding.
Well, I mean, she's pregnant, so I mean, we can count the fetus. But okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to point.
I just wanted to point out the verse 14 when it says, "Therefore the well was called Bir Lahai Roy." This place becomes later on Isaac when he just like meditates or he just hangs out. He's meditating at this well, so it was a very holy place because if the angel of the Lord appeared to Hagar here, and Isaac used that as his like headquarters for like camping out. And so some of them, yeah, maybe are enemies, but I would submit to you, like at some point, like I think Edomites, even the Midianites, like Israel has to fight them. But okay, sorry, you were saying that you were going on to the second expulsion, which I also wanted to. I'm so glad we're actually addressing the text.
Yeah. So we'll just continue straight through the text. So she called the name of the Lord who spoke to her, "You are a God of seeing." For she said, "Truly, here I have seen him who looks after me." You allude to this. And again, I agree completely that Hagar is being blessed here.
Yeah.
Obviously, she didn't actually do anything wrong.
No.
She fulfilled the command of her master
mistress,
or mistress,
Yeah.
whichever one, and
Yeah.
was
Sure.
being everything she should be. So there's no reason for her to be cursed. And then the well, as you read, and Hagar
Yeah.
bore Abram a son, and Abram called the name of a son whom Hagar bore Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar bore Ishmael to Abram.
Okay.
So
So
now we
I just
have the
so I'm glad though. I just want to elaborate though. So when you said God throughout Hagar, that's not this one, right? Maybe it's next, but
right.
so
So
far
that's going to be the second
God is not
time,
ejecting
and
Hagar. Okay.
right.
Here, it's human
Correct.
fallacy, right? As you were trying to say with the narrative,
Right.
they're fallible humans.
So
That's why they're doing this.
So then God appears to Abram
I mean,
again.
I'm sorry if I could just get this from you though. So it was a mistake, fine, to marry Hagar, but it was a mistake to throw her out also, right? Because I think
Yes,
God is making that clear, right? Thank you.
correct. Yes, I agree. That it was Sarah's decision. Obviously, with Abram's
It
approval,
blames
but it was
yeah,
Sarah's
blames her both
decision to
times.
impregnate Hagar, and then it was Sarah's decision to kick her out. Also, obviously, with Abram's
Yep.
approval. So the two of them together.
Sarah also doesn't believe it when the angels tell her that she's gonna have a child. So like Sarah's mess fouling up here, like in the narrative so much. Yeah.
And this is the theme throughout the biblical text is humans not doing their part of the bargain and God being faithful
But
anyway, which is why
I'll say this. Genesis is so amazing. I always say if you read the book of Genesis, you'll read something new every time. Like I mean, this happened to me just now. But we know Sarah laughed. But at one point in the narrative, Abraham laughs too. And I think he laughed within himself. So we always like remember that like Sarah was doubting of like God's power, but we have to also and it becomes we kind of pick on her, but Abraham found it a little incredulous too.
So continuing here, there's been a couple appearances of God to Abram, but here's going to be another one. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to Abram and said to him, "I am God Almighty, walk before me and be blameless, that I may make my covenant between me and you, and may multiply you greatly." Then Abram fell on his face, and God said to him, "Behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be the father of a multitude of nations. No longer shall your name be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham. For I have made you the father of a multitude of nations. I will make you exceedingly fruitful, and I will make you into a nation, and kings shall come from you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you and your offspring after you throughout the generations for an everlasting covenant, to be God to you and to your offspring also. And I will give to you and your offspring after the land of your sojournings all the land of Canaan for an everlasting possession, and I will be their God." So based on the difference of Abram's age, Ishmael's 12, 13 years old at this point. God comes to him again,
Correct.
and he says, "I'm going to make the same promise." The promise of this covenant was given in 15, as we saw. It was also given prior to that, and now God is saying it again, and this time he chooses to rename Abram as Abraham. So before I move on in the text, any comments from you at this point?
No, 100. But yeah, but we're just getting. Yeah, this is great. Good.
Yep. So we're getting to
Yeah.
where we'll disagree, but so far so good.
I don't know. We're about
And
to hit
God said to
the
Abram,
bedrock.
right, as for you, you shall keep my covenant, you and your offspring after you throughout their generations. This is my covenant, which you shall keep. Between me and you and your offspring after you, every male among you shall be circumcised, and you shall be circumcised in the flesh of your foreskins, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and you. He who is 8 days old among you shall be circumcised, every male throughout the generations, whether born in your house or bought with your money from any foreigner who is not your offspring. Both he who is born in your house and he who is bought with your money shall be circumcised. So shall my covenant in your flesh be everlasting covenant. An uncircumcised male who is not circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin shall be cut off from his people. He has broken my covenant. So I'll just say briefly here, and feel free to give your perspective as well, that God is adding this additional physical sign. He didn't add this physical sign when
right.
Ishmael was
15
born.
for 15, right?
Right. Because, well, I don't want to say
Well,
because he didn't offer.
He didn't. Right. And as you pointed out, Ishmael was born in 16. But anyway, yeah, like just the right after. But yeah.
Right. So Ishmael's already.
It's
like
not even
12,
after the
13
fact.
years
It's like
old.
before the fact. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. And so this is
Right.
well later
this
that
is
he's
before the
making
fact.
this circumcised on the 8 days. So presumably Ishmael is not circumcised on the eighth day. The command doesn't exist yet. The sign of the covenant doesn't exist yet. So whatever this covenant is, Ishmael is not part of it. Would you agree?
No.
Okay.
If we were memeing, no, I'd say you're wrong. Because here's why. Okay, well, I didn't read this part. Okay, so he who is 8 days old among you shall be circumcised. And then it says, every male who is of your offspring, who is born in your house, and also who's bought with your money. So it's both of those are Ishmael, right? Because you could either look at him as like the legitimate son that you're born out of, or you could look at him as the bond son of the bond servant. So and also, by the way, so it says even his servants were circumcised, right? Because basically anyone in your house, because servants were part of the house. So I understand where you got that from. From the, I think I didn't see what you were getting at with verse 12, because verse 12 says 8 days old among you. So I didn't see that before. I didn't see that. Cool.
Yeah, but I get what you're saying, that at least in principle, he could have been circumcised at the time this command was given. Presumably he wasn't prior,
but
for sure,
but
he could have at this time.
Very strongly in your favor, though, is that like basically right before Ishmael's born, God gives this suzerainty contract, and this is right before Isaac's born, so that's his suzerainty contract. Biblical parallels, thematic parallels. Clearly, this is Isaac's covenant, right? But so Abraham is like second.
Yeah. So just Ishmael. A quick aside here from Sid Price, who is a Muslim. He just started coming on my channel 1 or 2 days ago. I saw that you sent me an email, Sid. I haven't had a chance to reply to that yet, but I am interested in having a discussion with you. So with that out of the way, he says, so Abraham is just a stooge following what his wife said, and after this going head to head with serious unbelievers. Is this a joke or what? So Sid, pay more attention to what I said. He's not just blindly going with what his wife says, he's agreeing to it. They are mutually making this decision that they're not trusting in God's promise. I know you're confused because in your Islamic belief, you think that prophets are perfect and they never make any mistakes. In the biblical text, prophets are ordinary human beings who make mistakes just like you or I. And frankly, in the Quranic text, that's the case as well. For example, Allah commands Muhammad to confess of his sins and repent of his wrong actions. And in the Hadith, it says that Muhammad repented of his wrongdoings 30 times a day or 100 times a day, depending on which Hadith you read. So you're injecting your Islamic tradition in what a your post-Quranic, post-Hadith Islamic beliefs into what a prophet should be, and then using that as an argument against the biblical text. I agree. Abraham is doing something wrong here. That's not a problem for me, because I don't believe that prophets are perfect. Anything you want to add to that?
I mean, you could go. I mean, well, let's continue. If you, because I know you're building up to something. You're doing a good job.
Yep. So we're just going through the text here. That's all we're doing. And God said to Abraham, as for Sarah, your wife, you shall call her name. Sorry. As for Sarai, your wife, you shall not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall be her name. I will bless her, and moreover, I will give you a son by her. I will bless her, and she shall become nations. Kings of people shall come from her. Then Abraham fell on his face and laughed, as you said. Abraham laughed, and said to himself, shall a child be born to a man who is 100 years old? Shall Sarah, who is 90 years old, bear a child? And Abraham said to God, oh, that Ishmael might live before you. God said, no, but Sarah your wife shall bear a son, and you shall call his name Isaac. I will establish my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his offspring after him. As for Ishmael, I have heard you. Behold, I have blessed him and will make him fruitful and multiply him greatly. He shall father 12 princes, and I will make him into a great nation. But I will establish my covenant with Isaac, whom Sarah shall bear to you at this time next year. So, again, you have Abraham doubting this promise, right? Doubting the promise, same as was implied in the text we looked at a little while ago in chapter 16. He's doubting the promise. He's saying, no, I already have a son. I already have Ishmael. Just make your blessings through him. No problem, God. And God says, no, that is not what I promised. I am promising that I'm giving my covenant not through Ishmael, but through the child to be born, which of course we know as Isaac. And that is who the covenant will be established through.
Yeah, for sure.
So to you.
That verse is a slam dunk. Because, actually, this is why Genesis is such a great book. Like, truly, like, ethereal. Because, I saw one scholar put it as the economy of words. So in just one sentence, there's like a big joke in there, that you really have to think about. So here, God's been explaining stuff for 15, 16, 17, 15, 16 verses now, right? It's like a long thing. Like, hey, this is the new game. This is the new rules. Are you listening? So listen carefully. I'm telling you what's going on, right? And when Abraham says, oh, that Ishmael might live before thee, he says, you weren't listening to anything I said for the past 15 sentences. I'm telling you that you're going to have a son, and his name's going to be Isaac, and I'm going to establish my covenant with him. So it's almost comical, right? Because he's like, no, stupid. I'm not talking about that one. We know about that one. I'm talking about this one. So the economy of words in Genesis is really, there's no other text like it. So you're right. But I would just point out, right? And this is what also the questioner, read it, or who was asking about this. Look, this is through Ishmael. You can say whatever you want about. This is through Isaac. The promised son is Isaac. So you can puff up Ishmael all you want. The covenant is with Isaac, and that's what this verse says, right? For sure. But I would just point out though, and there's a reason. I think this is something I enjoy. I mean, this is maybe the old polemic in me, but I just point out, look, there's a little bit of the reason that you were trying to say before, okay, I distinctly remember Ishmael being circumcised, and it says in verse 22 right after this, right? So yes, clearly, let me give this to you. This thing is all yours, right? Look, no, this is not about Ishmael. We're not worried about that anymore. I'm going to give you a true son now, the one from your first wife and the one that you were waiting for, not the one that you came up with, right? The one that I'm giving to you. So very blessed, miracle child, right? That's the child of the flesh, but this is the child of a promise. Um, for sure, that's the biblical narrative. It's been a joy, by the way, to read Genesis with someone. But there's a reason though that epistemically you kind of forgot the part about where Ishmael is circumcised, and even before when it didn't have to mention Ishmael, and I was like, I know Ishmael's in there somewhere. I know Ishmael was circumcised.
Yeah.
The kid was
I will give
13,
you that one.
and he must.
Right.
The kid was 13, and I know the fact that they snipped him. I don't know how I know it, but I know they snipped him. And so therefore, and you pointed out the evidence, and so first, and even epistemically, we were trying to say that look, it says the kid on the 8th day, and Ishmael is 13 years old, so he can't be on the 8th day. So it was part of your argument and your narrative. And then so therefore though, you even said this is my only rebuttal, because like I said, you had this paragraph that's in the center of your screen, verses 15 through 21. But I would argue the paragraph before and after juxtaposed kind of speak to something. What I'm trying to say is that this you pointed out, right? And this is me being slightly clever. You're the one who pointed out that the 17, the contract, the covenant of but contract is a better word. I don't know. I mean, it's actually a shame we use the word covenant, because we don't use covenant in a particular sense, in a daily sense. But contract means, like, I watch eviction videos on YouTube sometimes, so basically your lease is a contract, and if you don't like it, the sheriff's going to show up and going to show you what a contract is. So that's what a contract is. It has like real teeth behind it. So the mark of circumcision was not part of 15, the contract of chapter 15. It was part of the contract of chapter 17, and yet Ishmael is circumcised, because I understand Isaac's the focus, and let me give you that hands down. It even like I said, even if you want to think about it, the distinction between like an ordinary child and even arguably the text is saying this is a mistake, right? And basically the two wives, they got jealous of each other, and this is human nature, right? Like, I mean, you can't be mad at either of them. They're both, and they put, Abraham's being put in a bad situation. You can't be mad at him either. He just wants to make everyone happy. So this is human weakness and frailty. And I think I want to say I'm glad you put up the question by the other Muslim that you have from there, because you're right. Like, I think the Muslim narrative looks at this and says, like, you guys you guys don't know what prophethood is if you think that like Abraham and his wives would have a spat of jealousy between them. And then you would look at us and say, well, no, you don't understand, that what, not prophets being sinless. The text is trying to tell us that every human being is fallible, and that's why we need an infallible person in Christ.
So Sid thinks that he has a knockdown argument here. God makes one covenant, which is everlasting, before Isaac is born, and then makes another. How was the covenant of Abraham everlasting? I think that this is a rather silly attempt at a polemic here. Isaac is clearly the covenant. God is beyond time. He doesn't have to have been literally born before he makes the covenant through Isaac.
Mm-hmm. And I just learned today though, the covenant for Ishmael was made before Ishmael was born. In my memory, Ishmael was already like born when God makes the contract with Abraham the first time. And also, as you pointed out, the 17 one changes his name. So the other one was really just like, minor compared to this one. This one is actually, and, like I said, if you want to dwell on it,
I'm glad you used that word.
Yeah,
I think that it's actually the same covenant, but but I'm glad you at least said that it was minor in regards to.
No, but I mean, here's the thing though. Like, I mean, in the scholarship, I watched this great Yale series. It's free on YouTube. Christine Todd Hayes, who's a Jewish scholar, but they talk about this is a suzerainty contract. This is where in ancient times you took the king of Assyria as your overlord, and you would only rely on him. And, in return, you had to give him a few things, like a tithe or your firstborn son or whatever. But, you were coming under his tutelage or his, sovereignty. That's your sovereign. And so God is making this with Israel. So, a suzerainty contract is a suzerainty contract. There's no two, like if you sign a contract, this person is my overlord, right? Like, feudal times, let's say, then you signing it twice doesn't change the contract at all. It's a renewal, if anything, if you wanted to look at it chronologically.
Yes. Which you just said that it was a renewal, but you want it to be two contracts here, right? Because you want it to be one contract for Ishmael and one contract for Isaac.
Yeah, let me give you this again. Like verse 20 also, as for Ishmael, I've heard he had blessed him and make him fruitful, but I will establish. I mean, you didn't even need verse 21 to say that, like, verse 20 itself tells you that, like, look, it's almost like this, right? I deal with, how I was telling you before, how the stream I work in social services. You have somebody who signs the lease, like at the bottom, but they're not the leaseholder because their name's not at the top. So like, the lease is between the property owner and the person whose name is at the top of the lease, and then you have signatures that make it effective.
Right.
But then often you'll have, like, let's say whatever, the grandson or whomever just like sign it at the bottom. It's an informal thing. But so I would say maybe, because like I said, you already pointed out, I said minor, right? So I can't take back minor. I made an honest observation. But yeah, this contract, like you said, you pointed out, it establishes circumcision and changes his name. So this is a physical mark, and changing your name is like the biggest, it's an identity mark. So like your brain is changed and your body is changed. But
yeah, to your point there, we think of name as just like identifying, way how you distinguish one person from another. To the ancients, the name was much more important than that. It was like the essence of who a person is. So completely compatible with what you said, but I just wanted to emphasize that point, that changing of name is a big deal here. It's literally, or maybe not literally, but it is strongly symbolically saying that this is a new person.
Yeah. Like when Christ renames Peter, Simon Bar Jonah was his name, right? But we call him Peter because he's no longer Simon, son of Jonah. Like that's the guy from the flesh, right? So
yeah. So to your contract, I don't want to say analogy because it's not an analogy at all. It's just the description of what a contract is. The contract here is between Abraham and God, correct?
Yes.
So when he says that he will fulfill the contract through Isaac, there's only one contract in view, as near as I can tell, that he makes one contract, which then is inaccurately completed by Abraham and Sarah making the decision to have Ishmael, and then it actually completed the way God envisioned through Isaac. So then there isn't a covenantal promise through Ishmael. From, say, at least from my understanding of the text, I think you're seeing what I'm getting at here.
Yeah, we've been reading the same thing for the past 20 minutes. So I would agree with the essence of what you said. Let me try to see. I had a thought though that was slightly contrary. It was that, well, I mean, I had a few other things, but but to be, like you said something earlier that kind of like spoke to my ethos as well. Like, can we build something here? Because like we could, and in fact, when I told you before that the Hebrew word chag, cognate to Hajj, means the festival or to go circles in the desert. Another Arabic word that comes out of that is the word for argumentation, because it means you just go in circles. So like, yeah, like, I mean, if it was going to be every other, apologetic argument where we're going to go in circles where you stick to, I already showed you this, and you said, well, I already showed you this, and neither of us are the wiser. I really appreciate that that both of us can read the same text and basically be honest with each other. So it's a very valuable, I mean, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and I'm going to get a chance to demonstrate my honesty when we move on here in a second. But I want to address this comment.
So
From
yes,
Sid.
so sorry, but you did so you directly asked me though, is that the narrative? And yeah, I want to say that is the narrative, because yeah, you're right. Actually, you helped me realize today though, they inaccurately fulfilled the contract when they went and had Hagar. You know, like he didn't tell them that at all. So it's like, you know, big mistake. You know. But let me offer this on the thing we just read, and then, you know, you can read what you were going to read.
Okay. Yep.
Is that when even in this dismissive verse, right? Because I conceded to you that it says, "Ash for Ishmael, I've heard of you. You know, he's going to be blessed, and he's going to be multiplied, and he's going to be great nation." But that's not who I'm talking about, right? And it's as clear as day. So even okay, but oh no, okay, no, I read it wrong. Okay, so we're gonna read.
Yeah. Oh, so I'm gonna let me get this one first.
Because
since this is just
I guess
a quick
I was
super chat.
confusing the thing, but remember the angel of the Lord told Hagar the same thing, that he's going to be fruitful and multiply. But anyway,
Well,
I mean,
he is going
that
to be
doesn't go against
blessed.
anything what you said. Yeah, that doesn't go
Right.
against anything.
Yeah,
What you
he's
just
going to
said.
be blessed.
Okay.
So, quick super chat here from Because Jesus, appreciate your effort with our friend Anam, and I appreciate your super chat. I always appreciate, you know, the $2. I mean, whatever. I don't care about the $2, but I appreciate that people make that gesture to say that I really appreciate your work through the super chat system. So Sid says, you still haven't answered my question. How is it everlasting? That's actually an excellent question there, Sid. I'm glad you asked that.
Yeah.
And
Thanks. You're
what
doing
I'm
my
about
job
to
for
say, yeah, what I'm about to say, you know, Anam will probably agree with me on, but I'll give him a chance to reply to. So how is the covenant everlasting, right? If even ignoring what you said polemically about Isaac, renewing the covenant later, or God making a promise through Isaac. It's actually a separate promise, but regardless, it's a separate contract. It's the same promise, but a separate contract. Anyway, even ignoring that, how would it be everlasting between Abraham and God? Abraham's going to die, is he not? So how is he going to continue to fulfill his end of the bargain? And the answer is, when you look at the contract, when you look at the initial revelation to Abraham and the language used and the contract ceremony there, that you would have to have the cultural understanding of it to understand what the text is saying. But because of the animal being divided and the fire between it, normally you would have two human partners and each one would be responsible for half of the animal. In the biblical text, God takes the responsibility of both parties. Only obviously only Abraham is physically there. He's the only one that's actually there, but God takes the full responsibility. He does both parties' roles in the burning of the animal, and thus, although it's a contract between Abraham and God, in the sense, it's really God who is the only one that is responsible for fulfilling it. He's the only one that brings the contract to its fruition. This is consistent with our understanding of all of Scripture, of all of the biblical text, that it's all leading towards this idea that you are saved by the completed work of Christ on the cross alone, that God does all the work and all you have to do is accept the free gift. So it's everlasting because God's the only one that matters in whether it will be fulfilled or not. There's nothing Abraham can do to make it not be fulfilled. There's nothing that any third party can do to prevent God from fulfilling the promise, because God is in control of things. Which I think Anam would probably agree with, but I'll throw it over to him nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, let me ask to clarify what you said. So, when you said God is both the sacrifice and the sacrificer. So, and this is in the context of this Genesis 17.
Well, it's in the first revelation, or the first appearance to Abraham by Yahweh, but
Okay, right, because you did say it started earlier. Can we go
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
Because actually, I'm not familiar. I'm not as familiar because I'm just, for me, 15
yeah.
and 17 was what I like. I know that like the back of my hand, or I thought I do, but there's a lot going on.
And hopefully I won't embarrass myself here.
No, it does. It does. There is the language going back, but I'm just really curious to see
Well,
because
no, I mean, it definitely goes
it's fun.
back.
It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah, so Genesis 12 is the initial
Uh,
language here.
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously this isn't the exact start. There's a little bit of text before it, but it's really just about who Abraham is. This is where it like really starts the story of Abraham. So now the Lord said to Abraham, go from your country and your kindred and your father's house to the land that I will show you, and I will make you a great nation, and I will bless you and make your name great, so that you will be a blessing. I will bless you, those who bless you, and I will dishonor you. I'm sorry. And him who dishonors you, I will curse, and in all your families, in you, all families of the earth shall be blessed. So you can see that this is basically the same language here, right? That this is very similar language to the promise that is
General
repeated in reference
before
to
kids.
the kids. Yes.
Yeah. And you know what's funny though? Look at the biblical parallel again. So it says, as Abraham went as the Lord told him, and Lot went with him. So, by the way, it doesn't even say the Lord told Lot to go because we know how that turned out, right? But
Right. Exactly.
the
Yeah.
right, and again, Lot was his successor. So he thought Lot and his brother's son, and then there was that guy Eliezer too, and disappointment after like two disappointments, like three disappointments, and then oh, I see. So then from Genesis 12 to 17 is like, this is what I brought you here for. I didn't bring you here for Lot and Ishmael. I brought you here for Isaac. And by the way, Isaac inherits the land. So it's about Isaac.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. Very good. I'm glad we
So
went
then
back.
these next verses just basically say that Abram did as God commanded him to. And then in verse 7, the Lord appeared to Abram and said, to your offspring, I will give this land. So he built there an altar to the Lord who had appeared to him. From there, he moved to the hill country to the east, to Bethel. So he's still on this journey, right? Basically, this whole chapter, or not chapter, these whole verses 4 through 9 is basically that he's going through this journey from where he was to where he's heading. God says to pick yourself up and go. And he's doing that. God appears to him along the way and reiterates the promise, but in reference to specific land here. And then we have this story
All right.
with Abram and Sarah in
You're right, though.
Egypt.
The central point of the story is totally about Isaac. Like everything builds up to Isaac and leads to Isaac.
So I can skip through this part real quick. Basically,
Okay.
the gist here is that the ruler of Egypt, the Pharaoh, sees Sarah, thinks that she's very beautiful, and Abram makes up this story that it's fine. Yeah, she's my sister. You can marry her if you want. God appears to the Pharaoh and tells him, why are you doing this against my prophet? And he's like, I didn't know. What are you talking about? He told me that was his sister. So that's the gist of what's going on here. Here's the separation of Abram and Lot. I'm just trying to think. Okay, yeah. So here's where the covenant's going to come in, or what I was referring to, the contract. So there's this information about the parting ways with Lot. So then after that happens, The Lord said to Abram after Lot had separated from him, lift up your eyes and look to the place where you are, northward and southward and eastward and westward. For all the land that you see I will give to you and your offspring forever. I will make your offspring as the dust of the earth, so that if one can count the dust of the earth, your offspring will also be accounted. Arise, walk through the length and the breadth of the land I will give to you. So Abram moved to his tent, came and settled by the oaks of Mamre, which are Hebron, and he was built an altar to the Lord. So my apologies, this is not actually what I thought it was. It's going to be the next chapter. But again, you see the promise being reiterated here.
Yeah, and hilarious.
I don't have my verse numbers memorized, so that's why I said,
yeah.
hopefully I don't embarrass myself by going to the wrong place.
That's very interesting to explore. Verse 14, after Lot had separated from him. So like the Lord only talks to him once that guy leaves. You know, it's like, okay, now you know, can we get to the you know, can I talk to you now? Can we leave the side stuff aside? Funny.
Right. So the story then continues on. You know, Lot's living in another place.
You know, something hidden in the text.
And this is going to be the story of
something I've been noticing. Something hidden in the text, right? Something I've been noticing the twice now. And again, it just shows you how much of a genius this writer is. So earlier on, it talked about the oaks of Mamre, and here also at the very last verse, you can see it on the screen. Also, it talks about the oaks of Mamre, and in Genesis 18, when he receives the news of Isaac, he's chapter 1 is he and the Lord appeared to him at the fields of the terebinths of Mamre, or the forest of Mamre. So and then it says he built an altar. So, and that's when the angels come to announce to him that he's going to have a child. So it's fair. I mean, it's just like I said, those like 15 onward, I'm like really familiar with. But it's interesting to see because when you brought it back to 12, I'm really understanding that like really the narrative is super long, actually super important.
Well, the majority of Genesis is about Abram, so there's a ton of you know, stuff going on.
It's hard to keep up because, you know, like I think the incident with his wife in Egypt is twice, right? So even orienting yourself, like I said, I'm just familiar. You're lucky if you're familiar with a few chapters of Genesis in order, you know.
All right, Kat, you can't turn off my monitor. I won't know what I'm doing here. So it's like a touch sensor. So all you have to do is bump against it to turn it off.
Oh, nice.
And he just turned off the monitor on me.
Uh-oh.
So monitor back on now. So this portion is going to be the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. So after Lot separates, he is in Sodom, and then of course you know the gist of that story there.
No, this is actually I'm really glad you brought this up. Okay, so we're gonna do a quick side detour. So here, you know, you had brought up this is a criticism, right? So it doesn't answer the question that the larger question we're on, which is why should we believe specifically in Muhammad, peace be upon him. But the thing is that on your defund, you had Harun, you had defund the devil, and you had wisdom on. And I thought wisdom was very soft-spoken, and also like just, you know, like there's nothing personal, there's nothing ad hominem, you know, you don't even have to, you know, insult somebody, right? It's just like, okay, I'm going to present you with the facts and you can react to the facts, and we're just going to keep it focused on the strength of the arguments. So I thought that was a very successful thing. But, you know, so then I would have loved to have been there because like wisdom pointed out that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he took war booty. And here, when I think so, what happens is Lot is kidnapped. And so when you scroll down, yeah, right. So this is if you just jump to verse 12 and then go down. Abraham goes to war. He rallies certain of the local Hittites, like the same guy he buys land from. You know, he buys the cave of Machpelah to bury himself and Sarah. So he goes to war, he beats them, and he takes war booty. And so
like, when you say, oh well, I know Muhammad's not a prophet because he doesn't behave like Jesus, I would actually submit to you, like, and I know you guys say, Abraham wasn't a prophet and so on, so we don't even understand what prophethood
Well,
is.
Abraham was a
So
prophet, but
okay, well, I mean, you would say like biblical, like we consider like most of the biblical patriarchs to be like prophets.
yeah.
Like,
So,
do you think Isaac is a prophet?
yeah. Well, so
I
let me
mean,
just
by the way, you're not so
let
obsessed
me
with the
both answer.
terminology
Let
as
me
we
both
are. I'm sorry.
clarify what we mean by prophet,
Yeah, I don't mean to
and
throw things at you.
I agree with you to an extent. So, a prophet in the biblical understanding is nothing more than a person who speaks on behalf of God.
Yes, or speaks to God.
So,
Would you say? Well, Hagar
who
speaks to
God
God
speaks to.
technically. So yeah, okay. We wouldn't
So
classify
God
her as a
speaks to
prophet.
that person,
Yeah.
and then they have the role of giving that message to other people.
Okay.
So that second part is essential, that a prophet preaches,
Transmits a message.
I would say prophesies, but people think that means predicting the future, which
No, yeah.
it didn't originally mean.
No.
Right? It originally just meant speak on behalf of God. So a
Oh, that's
prophet is
funny.
someone who has received revelation from God and then has the role of giving that message to other people. And I would actually agree that the moral arguments that we raise against Muhammad are not a strong argument intellectually speaking. That a prophet could be a person that does immoral things. Now, they're very powerful, they're very effective, because this is how most people make their decisions. Most people make their decisions based on these emotional responses. And it does contradict the Islamic narrative of Muhammad being the perfect man, the perfect example to follow. So I do think that they're valid, but I intellectually speaking, I think they're on the weaker side of our arguments.
Well, I mean, I'm going to reemphasize the point, but it's really the same point. If you just scroll down past 12, it'll just say where it says that he took, like, you said a prophet can do immoral things. And I don't think that actually catches what I was trying to submit to you, in that, like, look, it's not immoral per se. Look, to go to war and, what does it say? I don't know about taking captives. I'm not gonna, but that happens later, right, among the Israelites, and in fact, you even, okay. So I think it was, and by the way, this is difficult for me. It's not, I don't enjoy it.
Yeah, that's
but
fine. That's fine.
when I think they were bringing up how when you have a female captive, okay, and I mean, by the way, your channel is really compelling, because anyway, like you actually, your interview style and so on too, so it's good watching. But you were going into, I think it was the same group thing with Harun, but like you wait a few months, you wait 30 days or something for your female captive to make sure she's not pregnant, and then you can enter her. And you were saying how disgusting that's in the hadith, and actually you even brought up the prophet like allowed it or something. So what I was saying is, though, that occurs later in the Old Testament. The people, God commands the people of Israel, the children of Israel, to do it. So, but anyway, so like when you, I think, okay, like, so when you say, okay, well, it's intellectually weaker than the other stuff, fine. I mean, I thank you for submitting that, but I would even, it's just that when you read stuff, like I said, here's the thing. So this is where you missed it. So when you said prophets do immoral things, here Abraham is not considered immoral at all for going to war, rescuing his nephew, and then collecting booty and giving it to his allies. And actually, so in fact, if you scroll, actually something very beautiful. So like here, the kingdom of Sodom, he's considered like a bad guy, like these guys. And if you scroll down, he, like, the guy says to Abraham, like, give me half your money or whatever, or like, and he says, like, I don't want to take your help because people will say that like I took money from you and therefore I was indebted to you somehow. And it's just display that like the king of Sodom is just a bad guy, like and the valley is very fertile too. And Abraham picks like a desolate place. And anyway, so like the biblical text is exquisite. But what I'm saying is, though, when you say anyway, so the ancient world had very different norms, and therefore that's why. So I think like some of your like the other guests, the other people you had piling on the Muslim guy, it's like, well, how could we know he's not true because he did these things? And like I said, Old Testament patriarchs regularly did the same things. So therefore, like, I think, you even anyway. So I mean,
all right. So you did say this was a side. So I'm
no,
happy to
but
go.
I think
Yeah.
I
But
think this is great. I think like I did want to go here because I think, like I said, this is one of the critiques. But by the way, it was good. It was fun watching. But if I could have jumped in at the time, I've been dying to say this to you. Yeah.
yeah, that's fine. So
But
Mary
okay, we
says,
can go back. We can go back
uh,
to we can. I
so
mean,
let me just
we
briefly,
can go back.
just,
Yeah.
yeah, let me just briefly explain.
Yes.
What you broadly said, I would agree with. So don't hear me saying that I agree with every word, but I would agree with the broad principle that we can't just say that something doesn't fit our moral understanding and therefore God couldn't have commanded it, or a true prophet couldn't have done it, or something along those lines. Now, you said that he was getting war booty. I would disagree with that interpretation here. That the king of Sodom took all the stuff first, and Abram will end up returning it to the rightful owner. Now, you could say, does that make it just? I mean, it's a matter of philosophy here, right?
It's a little
So
bit down.
you could say that, right,
Sorry. Anyway.
and to go to what you were alluding to
Huh.
in the conquest of Israel,
Like, it's when Lot comes back. I'm
there's
sorry,
going
but
to be,
it's when Lot comes back. That's when he actually collects the war booty for himself, and then he refuses to divide it with the king of Sodom. But anyway, like,
yeah. So
I would, I mean, just
the
to point
conquest
out,
of
he
Israel is going to be a
explicitly takes
clear
booty.
example anyway.
Yeah. Okay.
And where they're taking a land from people who did not directly steal from them, that
Yeah, it's a
God
little
has
aggressive.
ordered them to go to a holy war. So that is a possibility within the biblical narrative. But the way I understand
Yeah, it is a holy war.
the Old Testament as a whole,
It's
the
consecrated
biblical
for
narrative,
them.
is that it's the story of God condescending, the God coming and doing things the way people think he should do them. So, for example, using the conquest here, that there are these people who have done very immoral things. They're involved in child sacrifice, so on and so forth. They've been unrepentant for generations. It's not like just something that arose. And the human being might say, well, what we need to do to get rid of the evil is we need to go and capture, subjugate, kill, whatever you want to say, all these people, have a specific land and time and place for the righteous people to live, and then they can actually be righteous. So God is absolutely, he is commanding them to go to war, and there's no way you can avoid that, and it absolutely is justified because God is sovereign. He's in control. You could make the same argument from an Islamic perspective about Muhammad. But from our perspective, this is part of the narrative that leads to Jesus. So it's God trying to do it human way, human way, human way, human way, or I should do it human way, people fail. Human way, people fail. Human way, people fail. So on and on and on throughout the Old Testament text. It's a story. We say that Genesis 3 is the fall, but really the fall is all of the narrative that leads up to Jesus, in a sense. That's not very precise. It really, the fall is everything before the call of Abraham, and then it's restoration. But the point being that people are, maybe
I
they're
mean,
created up here,
Saint
they
Paul
fell down to
says
here.
that the whole universe was groaning until Christ redeemed
Right.
us. So there
Right.
was like this.
Yeah. So
there was this agony. There's this like underlying moan.
right. So God creates people perfect way up here. They fall, and then it's like they're making like a little bit of up, but then they're right back down, a little up, right back down. showing over and over again that it doesn't work the human way, and it leads to God. So that's how we would understand the text. But I would agree that if Muhammad is a true prophet and God ordered him to do the things that he did, then they're justified. So intellectually, again, I don't think it's a strong argument against Muhammad. All right, so getting back to the biblical text here and continuing our story. So we've partially covered the story of I think we covered it sufficiently, what's going on here in Sodom. And then Abram is blessed by Melchizedek. So you referred to Melchizedek earlier. This figure is going to become important in the way the New Testament authors understand the text. The church is going to eventually just see that Melchizedek is a pre-incarnate Christ figure. Not important to what we're discussing right now.
It's the opposite of the Levitical priesthood, which is blood lineage.
Right.
Amazing.
So continuing on. So it is actually in 15, the part that I was referring to when I said why the covenant was everlasting. So if we jump down to verse 17 here, when the sun had gone down, it was dark. Behold, a smoking fire pot and a flame torch passed between the pieces. So maybe I should have read a few verses before that, but basically the contract is being set up here, that it's getting late in the day, and God is making this contract with Abraham. And then this is the description of how the contract is signed, to use the modern way we would complete a contract. So when the sun had gone down and it was dark, behold, a smoking fire pot and a flaming torch passed between these pieces. On that day, the Lord made a covenant with Abram, saying, to your offspring I give this land, from the river of Egypt to the great river, the river Euphrates, the land of the Canaanites and the Canaanites and the Cadamites and the Hittites and the Perizzites and the Rephaim and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Girgashites and the Jebusites. So this is the contract language here, that there is. So how the contract would work is that each party would walk through the path between the two portions of the sacrifice with the fire. And here it is God that goes through both times. So this is what I was getting at. It's not like super obvious from the text, but this is how the cultural understanding would be, because it's after dark. The contract hasn't been fulfilled, and then God is the one that's responsible for fulfilling it. Like I said, it's a cultural understanding, not obvious to the modern reader at all.
But it would have been obvious,
and wasn't relevant to the point I was making to you.
No, it's very interesting.
To
So God is the smoking fire pot and the flaming torch passed between these pieces, because he's the flame.
Right. So it doesn't say like Abram carried the fire pot or the torch. Like they just go, like it just happens, right? So that represents the two parties. The two parties are supposed to each carry something through and then they set the carcasses on fire. And again, none of this is in the text. You have to know the cultural understanding of how the contract is signed. It's kind of like what you were saying, that the people who were reading this would just understand what it meant. And scholars have good reason for saying this. There are written documents that describe this process, and it's pretty clear that's what's being alluded to here. It's not explicit in the text, which is why it's easy to miss. But that would be the understanding, that each party would carry their fire, and then each would let half of the animal carcass on fire, and then it would be consumed. And then since they each were responsible for half of the animal, that would signify that, the two parties had a binding contract. Our way of just signing the paper, a lot easier, I would say. But
okay, and so wait, this is God coming down in person And he's holding the pot then? He brought the half the sacrifice?
So the text doesn't say how it happened,
Yeah.
just that it happened.
God did it.
Yeah.
Because there's no other
So-
two parties.
No, right. There's no person present. It's just that it
Right,
happened.
but in same thing, Genesis 18, it's like the Lord appears to him in the tent. So like he's hanging out with the guy indoors, like they're sitting down, like having a cup of tea or something like that. Like they're sitting down with the tray between them, you know, like he comes down himself,
Right.
the guy.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And you know, it's very interesting because when you go to verse 12, same thing. It says, "What deep sleep fell on him, and a great darkness fell on him, and the Lord said to him." So it's like he's definitely he's in the middle of something really deep. Like the whole thing is like you said, extremely important, but it's easy to miss. But even that great darkness thing, you don't see it anywhere else really. But you know, but it's a comfort, right? So he's comforting him and giving him good news that, like, look, nothing but good news.
Mm-hmm. So just real quick here, super chat from Because Jesus Anam, seeketh the Holy Spirit for truth. Thank you again for your donation. So getting back to where we were in the narrative here, which I believe was right here, 1722. When he had finished talking to him, God went up from Abraham. Then Abraham took Ishmael, his son, and all those born in his house, and bought with his money every male among the men of Abram's house, and he circumcised the flesh of the foreskins that very day, as God had said him to do. So you're right. Ishmael is circumcised. I had forgotten that particular detail. So you're absolutely right on that. And now the chronology still is there, but the circumcision itself, not an argument. I agree. That was a misstatement on my part.
No, but also, I mean,
Abraham?
not to harp the point, you've been nothing but a generous host, but you also tried to exclude him from this on the basis of that lack of circumcision. So
Right. So
if
he
you were
wasn't
to be particularly theological, you know, if I were to really nail you against, and I'm just saying this because, you know, you have a whole channel dedicated to good arguments. So I just want to, you know, just you know, throw a little left hook
and I am
at
happy
my generous interlocutor.
admit that I made a mistake.
Yeah,
And
that
was a
doesn't.
valid argument.
Yeah. Thank you. But the rest of your channel is pretty killer. I gotta think a lot about it. You got a lot of good stuff.
All right. So continuing on
Yes.
here, Abram was 99 years old, and when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. So not only do all of his slaves and Ishmael and everyone else who's part of the household, he himself also is circumcised at this time. And Ishmael, his son, was 13 years old when he was circumcised in the flesh of his foreskin. That very day, Abraham and his son Ishmael were circumcised, and all the men of the house, these born in the house, and those bought with the money from a foreigner, were circumcised with him. So
yes,
says everything twice.
Everybody. Yep. Everybody and the other
So
slaves,
now we got
whatever other slaves were in the house too.
So we got the Oaks of Memra here, which,
Yes.
as you pointed out, ties back into the initial promise,
The altar.
which is important. That I'm glad that you had me go to 12. I wasn't planning on tying it in, but it does tie into the initial promise, which is important when you know you're repeating that element of the story, because the reader is supposed to understand that these things are tied together. Anyway, the Lord appeared to him at the oaks of Mamre, and he sat at the door of his tent in the heat of the day. He lifted his eyes and looked, and behold, 3 men were standing in front of him. And when he saw them, he ran from the tent door to meet them and bowed himself to the earth and said, so on and so forth. So this is going to be the story of the 3 visitors that come to Abraham. This is going to be where Sarah laughs. Now, in this story, he's going to have the promise that Sarah will bear a son. And then, but we just saw that, right? We just saw that this promise was given to Abraham. And a critic of the text is going to say, oh, you see, this is an example of how the 2 texts or more
interwoven.
Right. How they were combined together, and the narrator just left them both in because, or the editor, I mean, just left them both in because, uh,
Yeah, they
he
were
didn't
just
know how to.
juxtaposing and synthesizing or whatever they were doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm.
But as I just pointed out when I read this portion, repeating something is a way to emphasize its importance. So we have here the
Clearly.
kind of the summary of the story, right? We have the
Yeah.
summary of the story, and then we have the full
That's
overview.
true though. Sorry, not to belabor the point, but the text really just belabor the point. In like before the paragraph where Isaac is said, look, that's the promised child. It says that you're gonna do the circumcision on all your purchased ones and your household and your sons and your other, anyone who you bought and anyone who's a foreigner and anyone who's, born in your house. Like, it can just say everyone, but it says that. Then 2 paragraphs later, it says, then he did it to everyone born in his house and born in his servanthood. And then it's like you said, it says it a third time basically. So it's like, the text really is. You're right. It's a. They didn't have bold, italic, and underline, so that's how you did it. You emphasize the
Right.
words.
Yeah. So it's right. It's saying that this is really, really important. What's going on here,
Yeah.
and it's telling the same story here in 18 that it had just told in a briefer format here at 17, 15, and following. And as you pointed out, this as well, that the same ideas came before the first telling, and now they're coming before the second telling.
Like endless, like really.
Right. So
Sorry.
so we have these three visitors. I won't like read the whole text here. We could, but the gist is that three unknown guests show up, and Abraham shows them hospitality and makes them an extraordinary, or has his wife make them an extraordinary amount of food, wifey and or servants.
Yeah. And totally understood, because
Then
look, you got to kill the calf, you got to curd the milk, you got to slaughter the animal.
Yeah, and the measurements here, they're not cups or something that we would be familiar with, but the amount of flour here is an extraordinary amount of flour. It would be enough to bake like 100 cakes or something. So it's a huge amount. He's like going way above and beyond what would be normal hospitality. So then the guests ask about Sarah. So I'll go ahead and just read it. They said to him, so to Abraham, "Where is Sarah, your wife?" And he said, "She is in the tent." And the Lord said, "I will." So notice there's guests here. The narrator tells us the Lord appeared. But throughout the dialogue, there's no identification of who these guests are. From Abraham's perspective, these are just ordinary human beings.
Yeah.
So the narrator says, the Lord said. So he's saying that these three guests, or at least one of them, and there's some really interesting wordplay going on in, maybe not wordplay, there's something really interesting grammatically going on in the Hebrew text that's not obvious in the English text, where it's switching back and forth between the plural and the singular to describe the same characters, which is very compatible with a Trinitarian understanding. Just a side note there. Obviously, I'm not trying to convince you the Trinity is true, since you already believe that.
I do, but it's very interesting, because I was of the opinion that this wouldn't be a strong one, although I like the angel of the Lord stuff. But like in verse 1, the Lord appears to him in the tent, and then he runs to meet the three men. So I would feel like the Lord is already in there. But you're right. In verse 10, where like the three men are talking and then we're going back to the Lord. It's really interesting. I never noticed that. Like what you paused at right now. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember off the top of my head where it switches, but there's definitely a switching back and forth between the singular and the plural throughout the passage, which isn't necessarily obvious in English. So Right. Well, here's actually a very good example. So they said to him, "Where
Yeah.
is Sarah, your wife?" And then it says, "The Lord said." So you could say that it went from the three guests to a fourth figure, I suppose.
Yeah.
But Christians
But
have
then
always
here's the
understood this
thing:
as
the three guests stop talking ever afterwards. They don't say a single thing
right.
after this. It's just the Lord.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And then I'm pretty sure it's Hebrews, not 100% sure it's Hebrews, but I'm pretty sure it's Hebrews, that it says that Abraham entertained, or when you entertain, you may be entertaining angels unaware, just as Abraham did. Uh, so it's saying, so the New Testament explicitly says that there's something divine going on in this passage as well. Anyway, so the Lord said, "I will surely return to you about this time next year, and Sarah, your wife, shall have a son." And Sarah was listening at the tent door behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, etc., etc. This is where Sarah laughs and says to herself, "After I am worn out and my Lord is old, shall I have pleasure?" The Lord said to Abraham, "Why did Sarah laugh and say, shall I indeed bear a child now that I am old? Is this thing too hard for the Lord? At the appointed time, I will return to you about this time next year, and Sarah shall have a son." But Sarah denied it, saying, "I did not laugh," for she was afraid. He said, "No, but you did laugh." So uh, there's this hint that probably Sarah wasn't audible. She was probably in another way, in another place. And this figure, which, I mean, the text explicitly identifies it as Yahweh, but there's a hint that he's aware of this thing that happened
Yeah, it says
away
to
from him.
herself. She didn't laugh out loud. Remember, like she
And as
denies
you
laughing.
recall,
It's because she thought she did it to herself.
yeah,
Like yeah, it's a very deep.
and as you recall, the previous passage said that Abraham laughed. So is that a
And I think he said within
contradiction?
himself. Yeah, yeah.
Right. Or do we, when we focus on Sarah, misunderstand the text and think that, oh, it's just Sarah that doesn't have faith? Or do they both think this is ridiculous? Because, I mean, let's be frank here. It is ridiculous, right? You
It's
got
completely
a
ridiculous.
99-year-old man and a 90-year-old woman, and a
Completely ridiculous.
figure, that looks like a human being's coming and saying, "You're about to have a child."
It's
They're like, "What?"
it's also insulting, right? Yeah, yeah. But
Yeah, you could. Anyway,
but you know what though?
uh,
Here's I mean, the rabbis, they say like, but Abraham and Sarah, they know how great the Lord is, so they should have known better. Which is a very interesting criticism, actually. So the text is critical, but so here's something really interesting though. I just learned. So in the covenant is when he's called Isaac, and here he's not named Isaac. But Sarah laughs. Yitzhak means laughing. So I
right.
wonder, maybe it's like you said, maybe
Well,
it might be a duplicate
strictly
verse.
speaking, it's a wordplay. It's not like letter for letter identical. But yeah, Isaac is interpreted as meaning laugh,
Yeah,
which I
yeah.
believe in the first instance it specifically, it does say specifically to call his name Isaac in the first example. And I bet you this footnote, yep, it says Isaac means he laughs. It's technically wordplay though. It's not like letter for letter
Well, I mean,
identical.
like Moses means she drew him out of the water. So like, there's like the text is like like you said, the names are important to a
Yes.
destiny of a person.
So, this is basically where the covenantal promise with is fulfilled, if you will. That it was originally
Okay,
given
this
when
is what we're building
12,
up to. Okay.
and here it's been fulfilled in 18. So I'm just going to skip past Sodom, this story of Sodom and Gomorrah and Lot and all of that, because it's a aside in what we're talking about. It doesn't have anything to do with the story of Abraham.
Yeah, we could fast
Uh,
forward the action scene with all the explosions.
right. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
continuing to skip down till the birth of Isaac here. So the Lord visited Sarah as he had said, and the Lord did to Sarah as he had promised. And Sarah conceived and bore Abraham a son in his old age at the time of which God had spoken to him. So this is 1 year later from the three visitors. Abraham called the name of his son who was born to him, whom Sarah bore Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac when he was 8 days old, as God had commanded him. Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. And Sarah said, God has made laughter for me. Everyone who hears will laugh over me. So
the pun would be obvious in Hebrew.
Of the name.
Yeah. Oh, right. Because it's the sentence right after. Yeah.
Right. And she said, who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse children? Yet I have borne him a son in his old age. So now we get back to Hagar and Ishmael. And the child grew and was weaned. So the child there is Isaac. And Abraham made a great feast on the day that Isaac was weaned. But Sarah saw the son of Hagar, the Egyptian, whom she had borne to Abraham, laughing. So she said to Abraham, cast out this slave woman with her son, and the son of the slave woman shall not be heir to my son Isaac. And the thing was very displeasing to Abraham on account of his son. So Sarah asks him to do this, right? She says, I have my own son now, get rid of Hagar. Abraham doesn't really want to do it. And it says that it's very displeasing, that it doesn't say whether he was considering it or not. And then God said to Abraham, be not displeased because of the boy and because of your slave woman. Whatever Sarah says to you, do as she tells you, for through Isaac shall your offspring be named. And I will make a nation of the son of the slave woman also, because she is your offspring. So God says, go ahead and cast Hagar out. And then we can read how that goes down. But he says, go ahead and cast her out. I'll take care of her. The promise is through Isaac, but because Ishmael is your son, I will bless him also. So the covenantal promise comes through Isaac alone. However, because you misunderstood and Hagar wasn't any to blame for this, and out of respect for you, I will bless her and her son as well.
Okay. There'll be a mighty nation and all that. But the person who's going to be your inheritance is this kid.
Right.
Well, okay. So,
right.
I mean, I agree, but you know what? Here's something really interesting. So in the book of Job, when, Hasatan, the prosecutor, right, the adversary, he tells God, look, Job only believes in you because you gave him all these flocks and kids and wealth and success. Take all that away and he'd be unrighteous just like anyone else. And so interestingly, people try to blame God for this episode, but when you look at the exegesis, and again, this is from Christine Todd Hayes' fantastic series at Yale Open Course on YouTube, all God says is do as you have said, right? So it's not even like God orders all this suffering to be inflicted on Job because of what this guy Hasatan, later identified as the Satan, does. It's just like, all right, like what you were gonna do, go ahead and do that. Like, I mean, I'm not giving you. I mean, it's not explicit permission. It's actually I like how you used the word neutral before. That's that mathematical thinking. But yeah, it's kind of neutral. So it's like, all right, do what she's telling you, like do what she says. It's not that, okay, this kid is an abomination, or this kid is somehow cursed, or
well, right, the kid, right, the kid didn't do anything, right? Obviously,
yeah,
he wasn't responsible for this. It was
I don't think God
Abraham
thinks it's a great idea, but
made the decision.
And okay, but here's the thing. Now, let me because let me be germane to you, because I understand what you're trying to say, and let me address it like fully head on. So I read this wonderful, just discussion of an Israeli Jew who learned to appreciate both Christian and Muslim holidays, Yosef Halevi Klein, something through the Garden of Eden. That's what he called his book. So he talks about how, look, the first time Hagar is cast out,
you call, we say she's cast out, but the second time when you look at it, it's almost as though like she's sent out for a purpose, because he saves the child. Because let me say this, because okay, actually let me do a little parallel here too, even. So the fact that, okay, if it was as you say, I mean, this is not, I don't mean to be aggressive, but if Ishmael was totally cut off and had nothing to do with anything, and it's all Isaac, and we just need the seed of Isaac and David and the branch of Jesse, and all we need is Christ Messiah. And anything I'm saying about Ishmael is like completely not even secondary, like not even tertiary. It's just the and by the way, this, I understand with the point you've been showing me from chapter 12 through all this. It's centered around Isaac, and it's like you said before, let's not get caught into tangents, and side discussions. So these things are somewhat side discussions. I can see that the text is almost like saying, even here it's saying that, look, and do as she tells you, and your offspring is going to be through this, like your lineage. But right, and so the next thing says he's still your offspring, but if the narrative wanted to cut him off, it wouldn't show that he was circumcised. It would be as you said, which is only 8 days and older, should be snipped. And then the second thing is here, if the narrative wanted to cut him off, why is it telling us about, the child is hitting the heel and the water is going to swell out? So, I feel like the narrative even later says that the God dwelt with the lad, and, talks about his 12 sons. So the narrative is actually quite sympathetic to this
Yeah,
child,
well,
and you're trying to, well, I mean, I would just say it would help your narrative, not to just say that's your opinion, but what your position would be bolstered if the narrative didn't say a word about Ishmael after this. But in fact, it tells us quite a bit. Not quite a bit. There's at least 3 or 4 paragraphs more.
yeah, and you're right. I would agree that Ishmael plays a important role in the story and is part of God's plan. Of course, none of this has any direct bearing on what Muhammad necessarily, but I do want to finish going
Yes.
through
Thank you.
the narrative here. I do want to point out one thing here, and that is, and you alluded to this, but I want to emphasize it, that through Isaac shall your offspring be named. So the offspring that count, the ones that are named as offspring of Abraham, are the ones that come through Isaac, saying that the promised many nations come through Isaac. And then it says also, because Ishmael will also be blessed. And it doesn't actually use his name, right? It says the son of the slave woman. So it's uses
both
the name
times.
Isaac.
The boy.
And then it says son of slave woman. So
and
like
earlier too, he's just the boy.
right.
Don't
Yeah.
be
He's cut
displeased.
off.
Don't be
Or he's
displeased. Like, like the emotional sulking that you're doing, stop sulking, like,
right.
this is, you need to move on,
Yeah. So Isaac explicitly and implicitly is the named offspring, the one that counts. And then there's this other lesser offspring, the son of the slave of the woman. Now, I agree with what you said, though, that God in his provision and his outpouring of blessings, Ishmael will play a role in what is to come. And Hagar is treated extremely well. Neither one of them is treated as if they are subhuman garbage who doesn't belong in the story or something. And that's because ultimately the story of the Bible is about all people. There is, the chosen people and the nation of Israel that have a special role to play, but ultimately it's for all people. God's love for Ishmael is not diminished by Abraham's sin or Sarah, Abraham and Sarah's decision to go this route. they showed lack of faith and they were sinful, and it's going to create problems. But God isn't going to curse the child who had nothing to do with it, nor even the woman who bore him, because they are beautiful people created in the image of God, whom he dearly loves, that we're not responsible for the problem. There is going to be a problem, though,
Or
because
misunderstanding, even, right? Like,
right, yeah,
remember, like that it was Sarah's idea. The whole thing was, I mean,
yes.
like it says, Sarah said, "All right, let's do this," and then she immediately regrets it. She throws her
Sorry,
out.
this comment is, I'm not quite sure what this comment means, but it was funny, so I had to read it. Seems to me there's unreasonable answers to reasonable questions by reasoned answers, which quite frankly I find unreasonable. I mean, he's saying I said something wrong, but I actually have no clue
I think it's
what
a
he's
tongue
saying, but
twister, like, how much would a woodchuck chuck wood if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. The tongue
yeah.
twister.
So John Wilson, whatever you think my unreasonable answer is, please do let me know, because I'm just trying to explain the biblical text. I don't even recall a question being posed per se. We're just trying to expound upon what the text says right here. I think you're a regular to this channel, so I think you generally appreciate what I'm doing. So actually, if that's intended as constructive feedback, I actually would be very interested in what you mean by it. If it was just a joke, then don't worry about it. I do have 2 super chats that ask you questions. I think I'll wait till after we get through this narrative. Then probably we'll take those questions and then wrap it up there, because I want to be respectful and not keep you here all night or anything. Obviously, we could go on and on about this biblical text. You have great appreciation for it, as do I. So let's just finish the text here. So Abraham rose early in the morning and took bread and a skin of water and gave it to Hagar, putting it on her shoulder along with the child, and sent her away. And she departed and wandered in the wilderness of Beersheba. When the water and the skin was gone, she put the child under one of the bushes. So she kind of puts him there thinking that they're out of water, he's going to die. This is a terrible situation. She went and sat down opposite him, a way off, about the distance of a bow shot, and she said, and keep in mind, he's 13 years old, or more than 13 years. It doesn't say exactly how old. So he's not like a tiny little baby or something.
Yeah.
We
think he's 13, like because remember, like from the age of Abraham, we could tell this stuff.
Right. Well, he's at least 13. He could be older. Like there could have been a couple.
He's 13, but now it says the Isaac was weaned. So what's that? 3 years old or so? 2.
Yeah. So somewhere between, so let's say 13 and 16. Anyway, he's a teenager. As she sat opposite of him, she lifted up her voice and wept, and God heard the voice of the boy. And the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven and said to her, "What troubles you, Hagar?" So again, God speaking directly to, so this one's angel of Elohim rather than angel of Yahweh. But at very minimum, God speaking through a messenger says.
Oh, very interesting. That's why it doesn't say the Lord. Okay.
Yeah. What troubles you, Hagar? Fear not, for God has heard the voice of the boy where he is. Up, lift up the boy and hold him fast to your hand, for I will make him into a great nation. Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a well of water, and she went and filled up the skin with water and gave the boy a drink. And God was with the boy, and he grew up. He lived in the wilderness and became an expert with the boy. He lived in the wilderness of Paran, and his mother took a wife for him from the land of Egypt. So Hagar is from Egypt, and Paran is part of the Sinai Peninsula. So they're not actually in what you would
Mecca.
call. Yeah. Well, I was going to say Arabia, but yes, also not in Mecca. Just a minor note there, but according to this text, they are definitely not near Mecca.
And
so then,
let me also concede, there's the heel thing is not. I misremembered. Like I must have, like, whatever. My memory of Genesis was faulty, in that I thought the story of the heel striking the ground and the miraculous well coming out from the infant, or like the angel, but it's just she looks around and she sees the well. There's nothing with the heel, which is the Islamic narrative, and like you said, some apocryphal account. But yeah, continue.
Yes. So then, this is continuing the story that was above that I skipped over. So then we come to the sacrifice.
Okay.
So after these things, God tested Abraham and said to him, Abraham, and he said, here I am. And he said, take your son, your only son, Isaac. So emphasizing the same idea that Ishmael doesn't count as a son anymore, that he only has one true son in Isaac, whom you love, and go to the land of Moriah and offer him there as a burnt offering on one of the mountains of which I shall tell you. So Abraham rose early in the morning, saddled his donkey, and took 2 of his young men with him and his son Isaac. And he cut the wood for the burnt offering and arose and went to the place of which God had told him. On the 3rd day, Abraham lifted up his eyes and saw the place from afar. Then Abraham said to the young man, stay here with the donkey. I and the boy will go over there and worship and come again to you. So he's telling his servants to stay back, basically. Abraham took the wood of the burnt offering and laid it on Isaac, his son, and he took in his hand the fire and the knife. So when they both went with them together, and Isaac said to his father Abraham, my father. And he said, here I am, my son. He said, behold, the fire and the wood, but where is the lamb? The lamb, keep that in mind, for the burnt offering. Abraham said, God will provide for himself the lamb for a burnt offering, my son. So
Yes.
they both went to them together. So since you said yes, you might know where this is going. Well, I'm going to go ahead and go through the text here. When they came to the place of which God had told him, Abraham built an altar there and laid the wood in order and bound Isaac his son and laid him on the altar on top of the wood. Then Abraham reached out his hand and took the knife to slaughter his son. But the angel of the Lord, so angel of the Lord here again, angel of Yahweh, called on him from heaven and said, Abraham, Abraham. He said, here I am. Notice how this parallels Isaac speaking to Abraham. Now it's God speaking to Abraham. He said, do not lay your hands on the boy or do anything to him. For now I know that you fear God, seeing that you have not withheld your son, your only son, again, your only son, from me. And Abraham lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, behind him was a ram caught in a thicket by its horns. So not a lamb, a ram, different animal. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered it up as a burnt offering instead of his son. So Abraham called the name of the place, the Lord will provide. As it said to this day, at the mountain of the Lord, it shall be provided. So I have a feeling you already are familiar with what I'm going to say here, but the Lord will provide a lamb for the sacrifice. He did not provide a lamb. He provided a ram. If this was just a human text, and again, I know that you respect the text and you have a view that at least have some sort of inspiration, but the average Muslim obviously won't. But if the text was just a human being and they were just writing this text, they would absolutely say a lamb. That's the only way to complete the story. A lamb's going to be provided, and then there'd be a lamb. But it's a ram. It's an imperfect sacrifice. It's not what's ultimately in view here. Christ is the lamb that's ultimately in view. And on this place, this hill, this place that of Golgotha in the biblical text, Mount Moriah, is where God provides the sacrifice, the true sacrifice. This was the imperfect sacrifice that pointed towards the fulfillment in Christ. And it comes not through Ishmael, but through Isaac. That Isaac is the only one in view in this passage. The biblical text is about Abraham and it's about Isaac as far as what leads to the fulfillment in Jesus. Anything you want to say?
No, bravo. Yeah, that was like your narrative thrust from Genesis 12 through this thing.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed actually, and you know the really good thing that you did was you just read the part that was the Lord's words to Abraham, because that's a narrative unto itself, you know. And so when you look at like that's very deliberate and like it fits your thesis, you know, like a glove.
And maybe just one other thing real quick. So Genesis 25 contains it's a list of all of Abraham's descendants and whatnot. And in verse 12 here is the fulfillment of the promise to Ishmael. These are the generations of Ishmael, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Sarah's servant, bore to Abraham. These are the names of the son of Ishmael, named in order of birth, and then it gives all their names. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names by their villages and their encampments, 12 princes according to their tribes. And then these are the years of life of Ishmael, 137 years. So on and so forth. His sons settled from Havilah to Sur, which is opposite Egypt in the direction of Assyria. He settled over against all his kinsmen. So the fulfillment of the promise to Hagar and Ishmael is fulfilled in Ishmael's lifetime. He is made a great nation in that he fathers these 12 sons who then settle over this vast geographic territory and literally become 12 nations. And they literally become many nations.
You're saying the narrative is fulfilled and the yes. Isaac narrative is left open-ended.
Correct. So the Isaac narrative is not fulfilled within the lifetime of Isaac. The Ishmael narrative is completed in this passage. So the promise to Abraham through Isaac continues through the rest of the Old Testament text. This is the last we hear about Ishmael. Now we do hear about his descendants from time to time, because they literally become 12 nations. The sons of Isaac do not literally become 12 nations, or whatever number of sons Isaac has. I don't remember off the top of my head, but whatever number of sons he has, they don't literally become nations. The great nation promised through Abraham is not fulfilled until the Gentiles are grafted into Abraham's family through the work of Christ. At least that's what the New Testament text will tell you.
Well, the 12 does come up for what? Israel? Like 12 tribes of Israel, right? The Joseph's sons. Well, Joseph's brothers.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. But other than that, though, I agree with what you said, like in the sense that your thesis fits the text we read, you know. Good job. Like I've like immersed myself in this text for like since childhood, but it's a very good reading that we did, and it fits what you're saying.
And then there's just one last note here.
It totally does.
These last words here.
That's from that's from the covenant language that I was crowing about. Yeah, like you said, it's fulfilled.
Well, specifically the against here. So this is what I was going to earlier. But
I'm sorry. What I was saying was in the covenant, right? When it says he shall be a wild ass of the man and he shall settle over his kinsmen.
Yeah.
Right. So it fits what you're saying. It says like, okay, this will happen and this happened. So end of story.
Yep. And then these tribes are groups. Not all of them. You know, some of them don't re-enter the biblical text, but some of them will become perpetual enemies of Israel.
Okay.
So the descendants of Ishmael are fighting against the descendants of Isaac.
Okay, but the flocks of Kedar anoint the coronation of the Messiah. So I think, and also so Isaac's okay, but anyway, look, here's the thing. The rest of it would be like, okay, like, you know, where did all of the 12 tribes wind up?
And
you know, we're
definitely done here.
That's an esoteric thing. But no, I do,
because
your
larger point is
made. Your larger point is really well received, though. You know, I think like the text, it shows how
certainly Ishmael's story plotline kind of ends there. Certainly.
Yep. So that's all I wanted to demonstrate.
Okay, I mean, we don't have to
I
read
want
the
to be
verse, but I'll
respectful.
just note Isaac and Ishmael. Well, so he after Sarah dies, Abraham sends gifts to his the children with his concubines. It says he remarries a woman named Keturah and has like another 12 kids with her or something. Or like
Yeah, he does have additional children.
and then they marry Ishmael's daughters, and then Esau marries Ishmael's daughters, and then, like I said, the Midianites marry into Ishmael. So it's kind of understood, like when you say mighty nation, so like they didn't disappear, right? And then also, so Havilah to Shur, okay, yeah, which is opposite Egypt in the direction of Assyria, I guess, but that's not Nile to Euphrates, so I don't think that part was fulfilled. But having said that, right, like I said, those would be all like kind of okay, well, minor point here, minor point there. But I do have to generally concede, though, okay, like the larger thrust of your thesis is that the entire thrust of this entire narrative starts at Genesis 12. You read whenever God is talking, it does clearly, okay, it talks about, okay, I'm bringing you here and focus. I'm bringing you here, and it's Isaac. And by the way, Isaac's the one that inherits the land, right, of Israel, the one that he works so hard for and buys a plot of land for and all that. Ishmael's out of the picture because now they grow and develop there. Now the people grow from there. So clearly Isaac is the central character. Let me offer two other things. Okay, Isaac settles at Bir Lahai. That's where Hagar encounters the angel. So that's originally Hagar's holy site. It becomes Isaac's headquarters. So it's very, and I believe actually that's where Jacob has the dream of the ladder. And he puts a rock and makes a temple where the rock is. So, when you say why is there a rock in Mecca, like I think, or is that a pagan practice of the Arabians? It's something that's used in a monotheistic practice for Jacob when he builds the Temple of Bethel. But I don't think I've heard you say that, but I'm sure in your circles there's very. You said you wanted to be respectful of my time and move on.
Yeah. So I got a couple comments.
Let me. Could I offer another thing? So let me. When you say Mecca,
you can,
a quick.
You can offer a rebuttal or whatever you want to say.
History. No, well, I mean, like I said, I've already conceded the narrative you gave me. I would have to concede. The text itself just says like, look, Isaac's the one, and this is like, just the B plot, and the B plot pretty much ends here. Like you can try to, there's a verse here and there. There's there's a few there's a certain conciliatory tone towards him, but clearly everything is about this promised child. Like it's a miraculous child. There's a difference in nature. Like you said, even the idea to conceive him was kind of like going awry, misunderstanding. That was from your own thinking. It like, you see it with Lot too, right? Like the funny thing is when Lot leaves, God talks to him and says, okay, hi, remember that plan we have? Let's talk about that plan. So but Lot has to leave the picture, right? And it even, like, by the way, if you notice how careful the text is, it even says God told him, Abraham leaves the land the way God, Genesis 12, like Abraham tells him to leave God tells Abraham to leave the land, he leaves the land, and Lot goes with him. It's like it never told Lot to come along. It was, the fact that Lot is almost behind Sodom and Gomorrah, like he was supposed to convert them, right? Like he was supposed to do what Abraham does, which is like preach. But he fails, obviously, right? Because they have to be utterly destroyed. So, okay. So what you brought up this theory that you said there's no archaeology for Mecca before 800. And
okay. Yep. So can I stop you?
Yes, you can stop me. You're the host.
Yeah.
You can.
So I will definitely get to that. I want to read the super chats first, though, because they gave them a while ago. And I also want to pull this up, which is the historical region of the Kedarite kingdom. And as you can see, it does stretch from Paran in the Sinai Peninsula to the Euphrates River. It's basically all of the land that is surrounding Israel. So
Oh,
at one point here,
wow.
which is the 5th century BC,
Wow.
that this kingdom is
Oh, this is
in
BC.
opposition, which is right, 5th century BC.
Okay.
So
Okay.
and shortly after this, the kingdom falls and they disappear from the historical records. Obviously, they had descendants.
Right.
I'm
Right.
not
And Kedar is
suggesting the
Ishmael's son.
people disappeared, but they disappear as a distinct entity. And this is why you're going to see in the biblical text that Kedar is mentioned quite often, because it's literally the land surrounding Israel for a period of time, and thus, even from a purely secular, non-prophetic standpoint, they're talking about their enemies at their gates. They're talking about the surrounding nation. So that's why Kedar specifically occurs so many times in the biblical text, is because it's their next door neighbors.
Right.
I just wanted
Also,
to point that out. That doesn't
the
contradict anything you
right,
said,
right, right.
Riley, but
No, actually, it kind of. I mean, it does. It proves me when I said that it doesn't say now to Euphrates. Here's the now to the Euphrates. So it is talking about an extant Ishmaelite kingdom. So they did say the prophecy was fulfilled, more or less. Wow.
yep.
I
Yeah. So
never.
let me do these 2 super chats, and then I will take it wherever you want to go. Actually, there is 3, I guess.
Of course.
Sorry. So Appy Frenzy, thank you for the donation, says, ask him the name of God. If Yahweh is the biblical God, then no way Muhammad is a descendant of Ishmael, period. So this is an argument that we raise from time to time, that the Quran and Muhammad show no knowledge of the personal name of God, that is Yahweh. So if you want to give a brief response to that, I'd be happy to hear it.
If you could read the next question.
Sure. So Radar Apologetics says, Anam, who is the prophet of Deuteronomy 18:15, is it Muhammad or Jesus? Do you believe that the Hebrew Bible and New Testament are the Word of God? So if you just want to answer those 2 questions, you don't have to provide an explanation. I think he probably just wants to know where you stand.
There was a third super chat, you said?
Yeah, this is a super chat as well. Oh, the third, okay, there's a third one. And the third one is, what is preventing Anam from becoming a Christian? So maybe we'll leave that question for the very end if you like. It's your call. I mean, I'm not telling you when to answer the questions, but thanks to all 3 of you for those donations.
Yeah.
So did you want to answer any of those, or?
They're very good questions. Let me. So, for me to answer, like, who's the prophet of Deuteronomy? I don't see. Okay, so there was a second part of that question: is are your holy books valid? And so yes, that they are. I always challenge. And I don't know, like I think your friend David Wood had a thing also where like every verse, and he just came out with it. Every verse of the Quran that actually doesn't condemn Christian scriptures at all. If anything, one may question the Christian interpretation of those scriptures, but never, like, it doesn't say those books are flawed or you shouldn't learn them or they've been corrupted or lost. So I think that criticizing your text is something that my text tells me not to do. But I think people pointed out there's a logical conundrum and stuff. And I think, okay, well, I don't know. I think so. Faith faith transcends reason and subsumes reason. So I don't think that, like, it's something I kind of really solidified in my understanding when I realized the Trinity was true. So it's like, it doesn't mean because here's the thing, like, for example, I believe I had like a supernatural under revelation, more or less, right, to give me an understanding that the Trinity is true, short of which there was no way I could ever arrive at that conclusion, because like I said, I'm the last person in the world to ever come to that conclusion. And so I know, though, there's like 2 billion people who believe in this thing, the vast majority of whom do not receive any kind of supernatural understanding at any point in their lives. I believe, I mean, I may be wrong, but so, certainly of, like, let's say this one idea of the Trinity or whatnot. So I can't, a certain, I don't, okay, so the faith transcends reason. That's my point of saying that. And so therefore arguing about a certain scripture or an understanding, I feel like we can do it, but it's just such a tedious thing. There's a lot, and
Okay.
even that in ancient languages and grammar, then original languages, you have to open up that can of worms too.
Yeah, maybe a question for another day there.
Yeah.
Raider did follow
All right.
up that you're on a channel called Reasoned Answer. But I want to be fair to Anam here. He's definitely a very thoughtful individual, definitely thinking through these things. I did say at some point that people generally make decisions based on their emotions. And I think that it's probably nearly impossible for anyone to completely divorce their feelings from their conclusions. So Anam's on a journey, and my purpose here today is to help him on that journey. My purpose is not to say that stop being a Muslim, Muhammad's evil. Maybe I would agree with that statement, but that's not the purpose of this discussion today. So I'm very happy with that answer, even if you could say that it was a bit of a dodge or incomplete answer. Again, on a journey here. So did you want to address this other question about the name Yahweh, or you're welcome to decline if you don't?
No, actually, I'm glad he brought that up, because this is one of the things I was gonna toss at you, was that, I think, so I would submit, and I don't see how, I mean, let me not speak for anyone else, but I just feel like it's a natural understanding that El is also like one of the original names of God. When we were reading about Hagar, and having the vision, she calls him El Roy. So El and Allah would just be a cognate. So I'm dodging the question here, because, like, I'm not answering about the Yahweh thing. But what I'm saying is, though, I mean, why do we not know about the name of Yahweh? Okay. Like I said, okay, this is something like I said, I don't really, I'm fighting with one hand behind my back, right? Because this would require me to be somewhat critical of, like, your scriptures and your understanding. And I don't do that anymore, because I think there's a lot of textual basis for what you believe. And, like, for example, I really thought I was like those few chapters of Genesis, that no one could school me on them. Like, I mean, I know every time, like I said, every time you read the book of Genesis, you read something new. So I know, like, every sentence, like, okay, I didn't realize that before. The narrative is really interesting. But, like, you really showed me that, like, there's a whole thread going on here. And if you just look at when the Lord is speaking, right? And cool stuff. So a lot to chew about. So I think, okay, so like I said, it's hard for me to reach and criticize your text and your understanding. But Yahweh, first of all, is it's I am what I am, right? So it's an abbreviation of
So that's
it's a
that's a very popular explanation.
it's an
And
acronym of a non-answer to the question of what is your name.
so the tetragrammaton, the divine name, YHWH, God gives the explanation in the burning bush account. I am who I am, or I will be who I will be, or
Right.
the tense can be interpreted.
Yeah.
However, the word itself doesn't technically mean that. Scholars actually don't know where those letters or the name Yahweh is derived from. And if you hear someone say that it literally means I am, that is not an accurate statement. Uh, so just keep that in mind. That is God's explanation. So generally thought to derive from that, but the exact mechanism of how it derives from that is not known, and which makes sense if it's really a name, right? If it's not really just a statement that I am, meaning I'm internal, then it makes sense that it would actually be a unique name and not just a derivative of an ordinary phrase, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like El just means God or power or mighty. So that's to me an ordinary phrase. Yeah, I mean, so I'm not used to thinking polemically. But yeah, you're right. It is something that I mean, let me say it, like, frankly, like, I can't explain this about the text that I grew up with. Like, right, there's no concept of Yahweh, and that's certainly in the Hebrew Bible, like, hundreds of times. So, but El is synonymous with the Yahweh, right? And so therefore, let me and then, clearly in the New Testament, they often leave it untranslated in Aramaic when he calls him Eloi. So, I would just submit to you that, El is simply, Allah is simply another version of a name of also what is the name of God in the Hebrew Bible.
So I could agree with the statement that El is cognate with Allah in principle, because El just means God. So it's a generic term, just like Allah is kind of a generic term meaning God. I wouldn't agree that it's synonymous with Yahweh, though. That Yahweh is the unique divine name set apart as a description of the creator, what we mean by God, whereas God itself, or El or Elohim, is a title. It is it's a description of who he is, but and thus casually speaking is a name, and we use this terminology in Christianity as well, that God has many names. You would say Allah has 99 names, which are really descriptors. The other names of God besides Yahweh are descriptors in the same light, and Yahweh alone is the personal
attributes. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and let me give a agreement with the question and the nature of the question. I saw Avery from God Logic. He ambushed. He approached Sheikh Uthman like 10 months ago, and he had a 2-hour interview with him, and he asked him, like, what does Messiah mean in the Quran? Because there's no understanding. Like, you can use the word, but you don't have any understanding of like what the concept of it was, what the role is, what the word means. Like, it's just a title, or like maybe even a name. So, and there's like no, and even to us, like, we'll use it, but we won't attach any understanding or meaning to it. So yeah, I would agree that it's something. It's like a, was it? Yeah, I don't know. It's just something that of your theology. Like, I think Sentinel said it once. Rob, he said like two ocean liners just passing each other in the dark, like quietly, or in two different theological premises.
Yeah, and I think that you don't really. I think that saying I don't have an explanation at the moment is a perfectly valid response. A lot of people would say that it's weakness or whatever, but I think that that's actually how we should respond when we don't have an answer. I don't know, instead of trying to make something up. I did want to just very briefly go to the burning bush account here in Exodus 3 to emphasize my point here. So then then Moses said to God, so he's already told him to go and speak to for the people to Pharaoh. If I come to the people of Israel and I say to them, the God of your fathers has sent me, and they ask me, what is his name? What shall I say? God said to Moses, I am who I am. And I'm going to put the Hebrew on here
Yes,
so
thank
you can see. So this is Asher here. So actually it's this whole phrase. So the who is the Asher, sorry. So it's hi Asher, hi. So you'll see that this I am here, the high is, which could also be pronounced as Yah, the first part of Yahweh. You'll see that this is going to have a close resemblance to the divine name, but it's not actually the divine name. And of course, the vowels are filled in here. So I was reading the lemma, the root, if you will. But the manuscript itself
but
says
there's no vav in there. Like, even if you wanted to say it's an acronym, like the tetragrammaton is Yud Hey Vav Hey. Neither above or below
yes.
they have any vav. So you're right. It's not an acronym. It's not an abbreviation. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So then just continuing on with the text, and he said, say this to the people of Israel, I am has sent you. So this one, the second instance here, is going to be just the Yah word, the
first one,
okay,
okay.
So I am is Ayah.
Okay.
And then has sent me to you. God said to Moses, say this to the people of Israel, the Lord. So this one's going to be the tetragrammaton, Yahweh. And the text really, so you'll see the vowel markers here. These are the vowel markers for Adonai. So it's really just the four letters. So in the manuscript, there are vowel markers, but they're for Adonai, the generic word for Lord, because of the tradition of not reading the divine name, which is why they didn't put any vowels here in the manuscript. But you see the vowel markers up here. So you have I am who I am, and then Yahweh. So they're not synonymous, right? They're you can see how the
in
similarity,
morphology, it morphs.
Right. You can see how they're similar and how they're related, but the divine name itself actually is not I am, nor is it I am who I am. It is simply YHWH or Yahweh.
And it's clear, and it will be clear to the listener how it becomes his name. Like, in other words, like it's distinct from the prior two, and then here now it says like it's not Ahye, but this Yud Hey Vav Hey, the God of your fathers, of Abraham and Isaac. So now the name is being used. From now on, the name's being used. Okay.
Yeah. That's a debate for a different time, whether the people knew the name before that, but not relevant to the point here. God said to Moses, say to the people, the Lord, the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob has sent me to you. So whenever, well, I shouldn't say that. So like 95% of the time when it's giving a longer description of Yahweh, it'll say the God of Abraham, God of Isaac, and God of Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
Those three figures are always the three mentioned, with like maybe one or two exceptions.
Mm-hmm.
Hashem me to you. This is my name forever. So this
He's being
being
revealed. Okay.
the Lord, being Yahweh.
Oh, it's the same
And
sentence.
thus I am
Okay.
remembered throughout all generations. So this is his name for all generations, which is why we as Christians who are polemical against Islam is saying that this is highly problematic, that
You missed a big
future prophet
revelation.
doesn't know the name that's supposed to be known for all future generations.
Yeah, that was a very important message. And by the way, like you said, remember, repetition is important. So verse 16 again says, now say this guy again, like the name, Yud He Vav He. The Lord is saying that your fathers, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, appeared to me. And so, in other words, again, his name is being announced to, the people and the elders and everyone. The elders like preserved history. So that's important for that.
Yep. Yeah, and actually that's a really good point there, that, Moses asked the question and he says, say, I am who I am has sent me. But then when he repeats it, he says, say that Yahweh, the God of your fathers, has
my
sent me.
personal name. My personal name. That's true. It's very clear. It's very clear.
All right. So I want to give you the opportunity to ask what you wanted to ask about the historical critique.
Well, I mean, like I had fun.
Or we can schedule another time, whichever you prefer.
It's not really long, I think, but so I guess, I mean, there's Montgomery Watt, who wrote a lot of histories on Islam, professor of Edinburgh, like around 1954. He wrote a 2-volume biography of the Prophet, peace be upon him. And so he talks about how, so Mecca was hardly a city. Like by the time of Muhammad, it was basically like 4 generations old. Like it was originally just a camping point, and then it became like a settlement, and then it became like a site of pilgrimage. Now I agree with you. Let me say, like, there should be a lot of coins, you'd think, if there was a trading place. But let me say, the sanctuary, though, there was no trading allowed there. But old buildings and old structures wouldn't have survived. Also, Dan Gibson's not an archaeologist, so I don't know if you had any other sources. But the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia generally doesn't allow archaeology. I mean, but so I would just wonder where we got that from, 800. But I mean, 800 to me isn't too bad, even, because, like I said, if the city was only founded like maybe 100 years before, more like an encampment, then it's like finding traces of the original Rome. I don't think we could really point to where Romulus and Remus were.
So you made a very interesting claim there, that Mecca may have only been founded 100 years before.
Oh, I was gonna pull, read you from the history book, but yeah, it was.
So I would be willing to concede that it's highly possible that it was a small encampment, outpost, city, whatever word you want to use, at the time of Muhammad. That obviously doesn't agree with.
I said 3 generations.
Islamic narrative, though.
No, I said 3 generations before. So, like, basically, like, his great grandfather was like, okay, so like, I mean, it. Yeah. So maybe 6 generations, let's say, like, if I were to be more, to give you a better time frame, because like his great grandfather was the first one. His name was Hashim. So like it said about him that he was the one who put the bread in the soup when the pilgrims would come. And so, like, in other words, it was definitely a settlement by them. And then he writes in Montgomery Watt that there was the inner circle of the Quraysh. They lived in the central circle around the Kaaba, and then the outside tribe. Also, they had supplanted another tribe that had built it. But anyway, I don't think so. I think, I mean, I don't. So what were we trying to say? The narrative is the traditional Islamic narrative is.
Yeah. Well, so the traditional Islamic narrative, of course, is that the city was founded by Abraham. And that it's very old and was a great city for thousands of years. Obviously, what you just said.
No,
Might
it
help
was
with the existence of Muhammad, but it
uh-huh,
wouldn't help
uh-huh.
with the. And
Okay,
you're not
I
beholden
see
to
the
the standard
criticism now.
narrative. I got that.
I see the criticism now. No, okay, but here, but I do, I do, okay. So particularly though, okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying that if they're descended from Ishmael and that's where the original shrine was, then that's why the Arabs are from there. But okay, so actually the traditional narrative would be that Adam and Eve actually built that, and Abraham kind of like
Yeah,
revived the
well,
temple,
you're right. There's
and then
multiple
yeah,
versions, but
then from Ishmael it falls into polytheism. But you're right. If it was a continue, and then we say though, right, that it was a continuous site of pilgrimage from Ishmael, and then over time the Arabs corrupted it, as people are wont to do, right? They associate others with God. Then, yeah. Then Mecca was populated since Ishmael's time. Because then the argument has to be that they. But here's the thing. So, like I said, from Adam's time onward, it was kind of lost until Abraham rebuilt it. So one could imagine sometime between Ishmael taking over the Midianites, that the Ishmaelites kind of like it was always a sanctuary. And like I said, part of the sanctuary is that you don't allow trade. Like you're not allowed to carry coins with you. But obviously though, on any kind of journey, one would have coins. So you're right. There should be like such an abundance of antique coins. Okay, but here's the thing. Okay. But another thing is that funny thing is geography changes over time. And so this is not the time frame we're discussing, but like 5,000 years ago, the Sahara was like a lush rainforest. And so even so during the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th centuries, Yemen was a very fertile kingdom because they had built a reservoir that was massive and they were using that for irrigation. And so therefore Yemenite culture, and also Yemen is like a hop, skip, and a jump away from Ethiopia. So the Aksumite and like the Monophysite Abyssinians, like they were very vested in Yemen. Even anyway, so the Yemen was a powerful civilization, and then it occurred a collapse. And in that collapse, by the way, that actually allows Mecca to become a trade route. So I think, yeah, like I said, I think the idea would be that it became lost over time, and then within 100 years or so of the Prophet's life, it became a trading city again. I don't
okay.
know if that's desperate.
I won't go into like.
But did you
great
let
detail
let me push you though? Did you have a source other than
Okay.
Gibson or Jay Smith? This is
Well,
for the whole thing that there's no
so
archaeology in Mecca.
So the statement that there is no archaeology, I don't know if that necessarily needs a hard source, because if there is archaeology, you just point to it, right?
Right.
So you're asking me for someone that says that there is none. I mean, it would go. I don't know like every person who's ever said this, but of course it's going to really originate with Patricia Crone, at least as far as like the reinvigoration of this argument. That she would be the one that first came up with this idea that maybe that Mecca either didn't exist or wasn't where it's said to have been.
Yeah, she's a great scholar though. Okay, I'll try to I'll discuss it with you the other later sources.
Yeah, and this isn't my area of expertise, so I don't like have a great amount of information, but I will say that even though they are not doing, or they don't allow foreigners in Mecca, and they have not intentionally done archaeology, when you're building buildings, you're digging holes in the ground, and if there's stuff there, you're finding it. So I think that at best there might have been a small settlement there. I don't think that there would be any justification for it being this large site of pilgrimage and whatnot that is claimed. Now, could there have been a Mecca that was in a different location, and that was a site of pilgrimage at an older time. I don't necessarily ascribe to the Petra theory, but Petra would certainly fit that qualification, fit that description. And there are other reasons internally in the text to think that Petra could be a candidate. So could there have been an original Mecca somewhere else that then was transferred to its present location? That I could definitely agree with. And that may not be problematic to you personally, since you're very open about these things, and it certainly wouldn't invalidate the possibility of Muhammad being a prophet, right? If he was living
Yeah,
somewhere
but
else, it doesn't.
I find personally I find it a little bit whatever. I don't have to get a label, but my thing is though, like the idea would be that the people forgot their capital, and then they moved it. And I don't think in history we see that too much. It's not an easy thing to do. But however, let me say, because like, I'm not entirely like it's not a bad theory entirely because it calls itself the mother of all cities or something. And to me,
Mhm.
that's just inscrutable because there's no basis. Like I said, it was a small settlement, and there's certainly no like universities until the modern era. Like it was definitely just a blip. Um, so I don't know. Like I mean, you're right. There is something. Maybe you're right. I mean, I'm not. I'm really. I find it. I just find it question. But like I said, I'm kind of attached to the site. Obviously for obvious reasons,
Yeah,
theological
yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
So
No
it's
problem.
hard for me to. But like I said, is there any example in history where people have like forgotten their origin city and just like said,
Uh,
like we're
so
gonna move it
again, I don't
100 miles to the
necessarily.
south?
I'm not
It's
like
kind
committed
of
to the
no,
Petra
because
theory.
because also my thing is like, for example, like actually this is why I kind of like, if anything, I had like a little prepared thing on this. Is like when you look at the New Testament as a cohesive whole, right? Like you can kind of tell like these are eyewitness accounts. Like one person kind of saw this whole thing, and it adds up because how like we're reading Genesis and we see like
Right.
okay, there's parallels and like there's repetitions, and look, like we have the same God's talking before Lot, God's talking before Ishmael, God's talking before Isaac. Like right before a kid's born or like his future heir is like entering the scene, he's like, hey, I want to talk to you about this plan I have for you. He like pulls him aside, so so the same way, like the New Testament, like each gospel is written in a cohesive narrative, so you can definitely say that like it came from there's a single theme and an account here, like eyewitness account.
Mhm.
Actually, it's a pretty simple thing. It's not even a theological text. It's funny, like, because if you read the Quran, you expect like a dazzling array of theological ideas, declarative statements, condemnations, but like then you read the Gospels and they're just eyewitness accounts. They're not telling you what to believe or like how to like is it it's just this is what I was there, this is what I saw. So that's how you have to take it. Very, very. I mean, like I said, it's not how you would read, this other text. But I think I forgot my point. Did you want to say something?
Uh, so I mean, a couple things. Just I don't want to dwell on this, especially since it's not like an area that I have like massive amount of knowledge on. But what I was saying is, when you dig holes in the ground, you should find artifacts, and you're right to a certain extent that if it's an argument is from silence, right? That we don't have hard evidence, which is always technically a fallacy. But the strength of the argument will depend on how likely you would be to find evidence. So, for example, skeptics often tell us the Exodus didn't happen because you don't find any bones in the desert from the Israelite people wandering the desert. Well,
Yeah, yeah. There should be a
you're
million.
talking about
Yeah.
right. You're talking about a uh, minimally excavated territory that human beings were in for sure. There was definitely human beings in that area. So even if you found a skeleton, what would that, you dug in the ground, you found a skeleton, what would that prove? It wouldn't prove anything. And, we're talking about roughly 3,200 years ago. Uh, the possibility of finding human remains is not very high from that time period. Maybe like 1% of skeletons would have survived or something. So it's not a very good argument. And that we don't find artifacts. One, we haven't looked, and two, you probably wouldn't expect to find a whole lot of things, even if you did look. Because and the reason we haven't looked, to be clear, is not because people don't want to look or they haven't attempted or anything. It's because we don't actually know exactly where the people were. They're just wandering this vague area. So it's not like you can just dig a hole in the ground at a specific place and say there should be a skeleton right here, right? Now, when you're talking about Mecca, if you're talking about this large important city, you should find some sort of traces. You should find metal coins. You should find potentially stone foundations to buildings. If you're building large buildings, they will definitely have stone foundations. And these kind of artifacts are found from other sites throughout the world. Now, if it's a small settlement of not a significant number of people, then I would agree that you wouldn't necessarily find a lot of artifacts. So that's the one thing I wanted to say. And then on the other thing I want to say is that I'm glad that you brought up this cohesive narrative in reference to the biblical texts, because the biblical texts have a lot of small details that authenticate them, things that would be very hard to fake, place names of small towns that a person writing in a different time and place wouldn't know about. People's names, the name frequency matches up with the name data from the time. Plant species match up, all kinds of small details, and they all point to one thing, and that's being the text written by an eyewitness living in the 1st century in the Israel-Palestine region. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're true, of course, but it means that they're at least on the table, right? That there's at least written by someone who would be in a position to know. When we look at the Quran, there aren't a lot of these small details to begin with. It's mostly by its own declaration serving as a reminder of what came before. So there's not a lot of information about the time and place that it's supposed to be written. When there are allusions to the contemporary happenings, they don't seem to be very congruent with the geography of Mecca. They speak of growing olives, for example, which could be in the north around Petra. It could also be in the south around Yemen, but there doesn't seem to be any growing of those kinds of crops in the region of Mecca. And this is also something that we would be able to discover if we looked that there should be evidence of these kinds of big trees and whatnot. Not like massive amounts of it, but there should be a little bit. There should be evidence of pollen, because this is a whole field is studying the ancient pollens and whatnot, and there should be remnants of trees if trees were growing there at one time. So the internal clues don't seem to match up. Now, they probably were written by someone who knew his surroundings at the time. They just don't match up with someone coming from Mecca, is what I'm getting at here.
I'm sorry, I got everything except for the last 2 sentences. What's they don't match up with, or they?
So the details okay. of the Quran. So like the descriptions of.
But you said they're probably coming from someone.
Well, yeah,
they're probably coming from somewhere.
Right?
Somewhere. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Someone wrote it, and they're probably just intentionally describing their own surroundings. I don't think they're trying to make a fraud. Their surroundings just don't fit with Mecca.
Yeah. No, and I started thinking it's pretty famous on you, like when he enters the city through a crack or something. And it's like that would make sense if you lived in Petra, right? But it wouldn't make sense if you lived in an open city.
The descriptions of water also are said to be compatible with Petra. Again, I'm not an expert on these things. I'm just going based on what other people say. But
okay,
the description.
But so my thing is though, I don't think you can invent a person or a city. But anyway, I don't know.
Right.
So, in that sense, you can't come around. But let me just because go ahead. What were we gonna say?
I was just gonna say the supposition here is that it's not invented. that what's invented is not that there was a city that was either Becca or Mecca, or some sort of place that was referred to that name. Because remember, the Quran uses both terms. That the claim isn't that it's invented wholesale out of nothing by the author of the text. Rather, the claim is that the geographic site it's placed at now was declared to be the correct site at a later time. So this would be akin to someone saying that this particular site is where Jesus was transfigured, and that this particular, this
or
plot of
land,
land,
the Catholics have this is where Mary had the Dormition. This is where she ascended to heaven. You
yeah,
assign a location. Yeah. Okay.
That a location is assigned after the fact. The text is describing something, and it's not trying to make a fraud. It's not trying to make up, an imaginary city. Later, that description is applied to a specific place, and then a tradition revolves around it. So then all the stories about, Abraham building or restoring the Kaaba, whatever. There's two versions, obviously, whether it was Adam or Abraham that originally built it, and then it falling into pagan worship and whatnot. All of that tradition is invented after the site is affixed. So at some point after the Quran's written, a site is assigned, and then all the tradition later develops around it, the site that has been determined.
Yeah. I just wanted to add, I thought that was something kind of interesting. Like when you said whether his name was actually Muhammad, peace be upon him. Is that I was reading something about Rome, because I myself made the analogy to, like, where's the site of the original Rome? Like, where did Romulus and Remus live? So the name Romulus just means like Mr. Rome, so it's like it's a kind of generic thing. So like when you think about someone's name being the praised one, it is kind of just like it could just be, like a but yeah, so I think like I said, I don't think it's a too bad thing to explore like the history and wonder like, okay, is this like an after the fact thing or an actual historical event of a prophet and a scripture in a community? And I think like history really can't crack that nut, because there's some things that line up pretty well, like the text itself, and then there's other things that make you think that the growth was slower, like the church of the kneeling or sitting place that you mentioned and stuff. And I think so you made something that I think I was like surprised finding myself agreeing with you. But it's like when you look at actually the Quranic text itself, and then the hadith literature, and then obviously later commentaries, it just kind of, it's something that's built up. And I think you also mentioned this in your homepage, where like you would just like to show Muslims like how their beliefs are a result of a historical process. And so that's interesting. Like we should think about that more, because we're so used to this polemic that the book dropped out of the sky, basically, right? Like over the course of 23 years, but it just, by the way, the word used to reveal is like literally drop. It's because it means anything that like we can say send down, but it means drop. So like, in fact, we even use the same word for like nasal drip, because like it's like your mucus is dripping, right? So it's dropping. So it's like anything that you like, the word drip, drop, obviously are connected. So the play on words continues, because the sense is the same. So but it's funny because the kids these days, they say when an album drops. So we have that idea as well. So and it's, I don't know, but so, and but could you see, for example, anyway, like I see it in the New Testament too. Like you can see a historical growth and a development, like for example, and again, this is kind of pushing what a believer, how much a believer can agree with this, right? Because we don't think it's a historical product of historical factors per se, right? It's a product of divine
But the early church was formed when the Jewish church and the Gentile church were merged. And so it's a very interesting event, but that's when, but there's Pentecost and everything else too, but the official institution is formed at this point. And so scripture is also, you see how that's the fissure. That's actually, certainly the New Testament, all the books and certainly the epistles, it's like, well, what does this Jewish church and Gentile church, like, what do we agree on? So like, what can we get that's just agreed on? So, you see also it's a text of consensus, editing, redaction. But in this sense, Christianity has the upper hand, right? Because you don't make the claim that it drops from the sky, right? You make the claim that God uses men as instruments, and we can develop like theologically true teachings from them, but we're not saying that the men themselves, were like in a trance or something. And we were talking about prophecy before, so I just wanted to mention maybe I think you mentioned wrapping up, but
yeah, it's going on midnight here, so
okay,
I definitely do want to wrap up soon.
All right, well, so I think when Abraham's in the tent in Genesis 18, and actually anytime there's a deep sleep and God talks in Hebrew and Arabic cognates, and that's called a nevuah. It's called a prophecy, that kind of a dream state. Like dream's a bad translation, but it's when, and actually Joseph has it because, like the darkness thing, Joseph has it when he's in the dungeon and like an angel comes down and teaches him everything. So, when I would submit, there's a, like I said, we probably don't understand what Messiah means. We don't understand what Yahweh means. Like even me, like I thought it was just the first letter of each word when you say I am what I am, so it becomes a Yud Hey Vav Hey. But like you said, there's a morph here. He's announcing his name twice, for the history books. So, and somehow God is unaware of that when he's announcing his revelation through Gabriel. So I think there is but nevuah, right? Something that you Christians miss when you try to say, well, you don't understand what a prophet is. It's not someone who's sinless and talks, like you said, speaks God. But a nevuah specifically it's a very specific Hebrew concept. So the idea is that you would have, I said trance before. I don't want to say trance because, that sounds like, like
You're fine.
You're doing a seance.
We get it that you're not
yeah.
like referring to pagan magic or something.
Yeah. And there's no crystal ball here. So, but yeah, so somehow there's a dreamlike state in which you receive inspiration. And, like I said, there, the fact that God walked with the lad for Ishmael means that he was blessed. And I think, so, the idea is that, I even saw like in rabbinical studies, right? So like how do you receive a revelation? You have to go out to the wilderness where there's no people and no animals. Actually, I believe Elijah practices this, right? Because the crows come to feed him. But like normally, like a crow's a very, like it's not going to hang out with you. It'll come and go. So, so I just feel, when you look at the pattern of Old Testament prophets, our prophet fits into that model. But I will say though, I had never considered up until this day the narrative you showed me about Genesis, and then when you showed me the Kedarite kingdom, that was just like the cherry on the top because, clearly the prophecy of Ishmael, like in that sense, like they were aware of that right at the time. So that would have been, it really is kind of saying that that's over. So, but there is, I think you sent a link to Ishmael is not the father of Muhammad, is Muhammad a descendant?
So I
Yeah,
really
and you
appreciate
can check that out
I
later.
appreciate I appreciate reading Genesis with you. It was a joy. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I think that that was very valuable. I hope that the audience gets something out of that as well. I'll just make one point here. You said that you really don't like Islam critique. Um, so he a lot of his videos, well, maybe not a lot, but a good number of his videos focus on this very interesting subject of Merkavah mysticism, which was the rabbinical mystical practices, their attempts to ascend into the throne room. That's what Merkavah means. That they were trying to follow these practices that would connect them to God. And I think that there is solid reason to believe that Muhammad was involved in the same kinds of practices. So you said that he seems to be in the line of biblical prophets. I would say more precisely, he's in the line of rabbinic practices. That he probably, and you know, the early history of Islam is murky here, but based on the texts that the Quran seems to copy from, the fact that some of these texts are used by rabbis and probably weren't like things that were just passing around as common stories. The fact that several of the Hadith and especially the Revelation story itself, the cave incident, are compatible with Merkavah mysticism and how it adds details to it. So I think that you're actually onto something here, that Muhammad is in this same line, but it's because he has rabbinical training. He is following the example of these rabbis. And then at some point, he either decides that he is a new prophet and goes out and forms this new movement. Let's say, not say new religion, let's say that it's something that develops over time, but he starts a movement, right? That's one possibility. The other possibility is that rabbis said, "You're heretical. You're not understanding this," and they kicked him out. Impossible to say which would it be. And then he's kind of dejected and he's going out and searching for this revelation, and then lo and behold, he has it. So it could go either way. But I think that there is something there, that the figure behind the Quranic text, which we'll call Muhammad, and to your comment, the reason I said whether that's his name or not, of course, that it means the praised one. So it could be a description of a figure. It might not literally be a name. But let's just say his name's Muhammad. I don't have a problem with saying that's his name. I think that the figure behind the Quran was probably a rabbi, and other people will say other things, or at least had rabbinic training. Maybe he wasn't ever officially a rabbi, but had rabbinic training. That's my thought on the matter. That's my personal pet theory. So maybe another time we could look into that and discuss it if you're interested. I don't want to open up that subject here, but I did want to get that out there as something to think about.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yep, and I did want to. I have two or three super chats that I need to read before we log off here. From One Way Apologetics, God bless you, brother. I'll be praying for you, Anam, and I will echo that thought. I will be praying for you as well. This is Chris Claus's new channel name. Great name. Go over there and check out his channel, One Way Apologetics. A new super chat from Because Jesus. So time to become a Christian, Anam, which is along the same lines of his previous one. What is preventing Anam from becoming a Christian? So do you want to just give your closing thoughts with this question in mind?
I think maybe deep down inside I'm already there, but I don't know. It's a lot to, like, faith is a deeply personal inner journey, and it's really it's really like, I would hope, actually, so I would feel like one of the things is I really hope, at least very, very minimally, right? Like, I mean, anyway, just
I do pray that the whole world achieve to realize the understanding of the Holy Trinity, and it's a truth that I have come to dedicate my life to. So I look forward to learning more with you and everyone else.
Awesome. Perfect. Then I just wanted to read these couple humorous comments. No reply from you needed, but I found them humorous, so I want to read them. A nonprofit organization, Anam, is a hypostatic union of the two faiths. And from James 1:19, he looks like the Muslim version of Vocab Malone. So thank you for everyone for joining in today. I hope that this material is beneficial. Please keep Anam in your prayers. I will be doing that as well. I don't remember if I have a stream tomorrow or not.
Thank you, Chris. Nice seeing you.
Hold on a second. So I have a new resource that you can go to, which is what I'm going to now, reasonandanswers.com/calendar, to see my upcoming streams. Since I couldn't remember them off the top of my head, I'm going to my own calendar to look them up. So yes, I will be on the Black Doctors channel tomorrow for an apologetics hangout. No set agenda, we'll just be hanging out together. And then Saturday, I will be discussing liberalism and Islam with an individual who is a Christian but has become very interested in Islam, and he wants to ask this question: whether Islam has the answer to these secular issues that we face today in the West, where society is moving away from God, and Islam seems to be resistant to that trend, at least on the surface. So we'll dive into that and see if Christianity has answers to the secular liberalist problem. So thank you all for joining us today. Special thanks to Anam for coming on here, really stepping out and having this discussion. I know that there are people who would prefer to have a dogfight where we're hitting each other with polemical arguments. I love these kinds of discussions, and if you're a subscriber to this channel, I hope you do as well. And if you're not a subscriber and you like today, go ahead and subscribe now. See you again soon. God bless.